Well, hello everyone, and welcome to our live ongoing coverage from the first second to the last second of WWE's 2022 Summerslam show. I am Tom Colohue, for those who don't know, and we are going to be going through live SummerSlam from beginning to end. That means, of course, the opening match, which will be Becky versus Bianca, right to the final match, the last man standing between Roman Reigns and Brock Lesnar. This will contain quite a lot of intrigue going on. There are certainly rumours and reports of Edge, of Dolph Ziggler, of a lot more when it comes to good old-fashioned Seth Rollins. So there's a lot of play tonight, and let's see how it actually comes together. Welcome everyone. As always, this is an Ask Me Anything stream. Jump in with any questions you have and any queries you have, any predictions you would like to make. I'll be trying to read every single comment that comes through as well as I can. It adds an extra element of challenge to it, but as well as I can, I'll be responding to every comment there. So please do remember to jump in, say hi, and let's see how people are doing. So we have Jaden on YouTube saying, "Hey Tom, can't wait. Any Sasha updates?" Nope, no Sasha updates at this point, Jaden. None whatsoever. Connor says, "Hello Tom." Hello Connor. And Thomas Phibbs says, "Let's go. Looking forward to this show." We are live on YouTube right now. We already have 9 likes. Please remember to hit like as well as soon as you come in. On Twitch side, Bailey says that's a new look on the border. It is. Sai created this over the last day for the event itself, taking lots of different elements from it. It's encroaching a little bit in a way that I also quite like, because it makes me feel like the screen isn't entirely focused on me. As you guys know, I sometimes get a bit nervous when it comes to it just being me, but I also know a lot of people only listen to this show rather than purely watching it, so that works for me as well. Sean also says, "Hello Tom, love the overlay." Sai is a man to thank on that one. Sean says, "Since you said WWE has to pay to use Bad Reputation and Seven Nation Army, do they have to pay for I Came to Play, Hear the Show World and Kingdom, which abide down straight, and Rev Theory for voices?" Yeah, if it's a licensed song, they have to pay royalties for it. And it really depends on the deal they make as well. So sometimes they choose not to. Sean says, "PW Insider says Edge is backstage." They do. They've also confirmed that Beth Phoenix is backstage, as has been rumoured previously. My expectation is that we will see the both of them tonight, during, or more likely after, the match with Judgment Day and the Mysterios. I don't see Dominic Mysterio turning heel. I just think they're going to be, the opponents for that moment. Wiggly, how you doing, mate? Says, yo, what up, Tom? Had a busy day today, just got back from my graduation ceremony, heading back to Birmingham for the rest of the games. Fantastic, mate. Happy to hear it. Hopefully you're not taking a train, and welcome to the show. Connor says, "Worried I won't make it past 3 a.m, so getting the caffeine in now." You're not alone. Thomas Phibbs says, "How are you feeling after football?" I'm definitely in a good mood. Me too. I was predicting 2-1. Glad to see we ended on 3-1. I do think it'll take a little longer for Haaland to bed in, but once he does, he is going to be unstoppable. Steve is here as well. Welcome, Steve. Says, "In the words of Jeremy Piven, who is ready for the Summerfest?" I've called it all sorts already. Super Slam, I think, was my latest one in the Discord. Good times coming. Great to see you, Steve. How are you doing? And it's your boy Kevin says, "I see Charlotte coming back tonight." Me too. That seems the most likely, though, of course, Edge is basically a guarantee at this point. I was asked a bit earlier by Jared about Sasha, so I do just want to thank you, Wyndham, for following on the Twitch side. Welcome to the show. You'll get a notification every time we go live with our spoiler warning news shows and our watch parties, so welcome to the show. Great to see you. As regards Sasha, I did see a lot of people getting... Oh, here we are. Here's Simon with the exact thing I was about to talk about. Says, "Hey Tom, USA Network been posting rumours on all their social medias about a very possible Sasha Naomi Boss Glow return tonight. Got a lot of buzz, especially online." No, that's not what's happening there. USA Network every now and then has struck a deal with certain media outlets where they will publicise certain reports of theirs. I've seen reports from, for example, WrestleMania, from F4W, from Between the Ropes. I've seen that from a lot of different ones. They are just advertising as is typical of their standard behaviours. The user says, "Hi mate." Hi the user, how you doing? Thomas Phibbs says, "Any more news on Seth?" He's there. He has his wrestling gear. Jody Beard says, I hope Bray Wyatt shows up tonight. He will not be doing so. Bailey says, the fact that Nashville is hosting this bigger show is remarkable. Up until 20 years ago, downtown Nashville was kind of run down, and they've remade it into a southern version of New Orleans French Quarter. They have, and that really shows with the amount of attention that they've put into the graphics for SummerSlam. They've made it feel and look like a big deal. We'll see if the matches are able to deliver as expected. I certainly think they will. I think this is actually a pretty good card, personally. I know not everyone agrees, but I like what we've got. Traffic, you're right, mate, says, good evening, excited for the pay-per-view or not high hopes? I'm excited for it. I think, honestly, you could say about every pay-per-view since WrestleMania, oh, it's not looking like a great pay-per-view, but they've all delivered high-quality wrestling, and with Triple H in charge, that's going to be the focus. So I think it's going to be quite a good wrestling show. I just don't think people are going to get the sports entertainment that they're looking for. 15 returns, The Fiend turning up, Big E coming back while injured and becoming the dual champion. I think people need to lower their expectations a little bit. Connor says, Liv and Ronda is being dubbed the co-main event as the second to last. Does this mean anything significant in regards to placement in the card? No, not at all. It means it's a cool-down match before the main event. It's that simple. The most important matches are the first and the last. Between them, you have the right slap bang in the middle match, which is usually the AJ Styles match, because everyone knows how good he is, so you need some time to recover afterwards before the main event comes around. Sean says, since Becky and Bianca is opening, do you see Liv versus Ronda as a match before the main event? Yeah, that is what's going to happen. The user says, did you hear the rumour about someone hearing the Brood and Fiend theme mixed? Yes, I did. It's funny how a lot of people have heard the Brood theme. No one's heard anything more about Bray Wyatt. Wyndham6 says, my prediction is Gargano and Bayley tonight. No Bray Wyatt, he's coming to AEW All Out. I've heard people say that he's coming to every single AEW pay-per-view. Still no interest from Bray Wyatt himself. Connor says, hello Tom. Hello Connor, how you doing, mate? Ashley Wigby says, what time does it start? It starts in just under an hour. The pre-show is on right now. It starts at 1 a.m. UK time, and that is 8 p.m. Eastern time in the US. Connor says, Logan, Liv, Lashley, Pat, Judgment Day, The Usos, Belair, Roman. Those are my predictions. My predictions are very similar. Logan, Liv, Lashley, Corbin, Judgment Day, The Usos, Belair, and Roman. Thomas says, don't do this to me, Tom. Don't get my hopes up for a Seth and a mystery opponent match tonight. He's there, he has his wrestling gear. I ain't getting nobody's hopes up. I'm stating the facts. If you get your hopes up, that's on you. Simon says, need a Sasha return tonight. That's not how it works. Not at all. You've needed a Sasha return every single day of your life, and it's a bit of an issue. Also says, congrats, Liverpool with a better team overall deserve to win. I agree. I think City need a little more time to bed in Haaland, and I think ultimately they just got caught out because of the fact that our team know each other that little bit more. Jody says, you never know in pro wrestling what can happen. That is absolutely true, and also not entirely true. Megan says, morning. Morning, Megan. How are you? Sean says, many big names missing from tonight's show. Seth, Cody, Alexa, Charlotte, Bayley, Sasha, etc. Sasha's not available. Bayley hasn't returned since injury. Alexa hasn't really had a storyline plan. Cody's injured. Charlotte was off with her honeymoon. Seth has only just been pulled. So of those names you listed, very few of them would actually have been factored. Jared says, anything about the card order, Tom? Looks like Judgment Day is going to be slap bang in the middle. We're going to open with a Raw Women's Championship, and with, of course, the main event, which will be Roman versus Brock. Simon says, I thought Salah was absolutely fantastic. Man of the match? Yeah, I thought he was okay. It was really very impressive Alvarez goal-scoring debut. I think Trent Alexander-Arnold was man of the match. And the user says, do you see the Ray match having something big at the end? Yes. Something quite big. Something very fun. Something which isn't very surprising anymore, because people post spoilers, but still, something quite fun. A quick note I do want to discuss on Max Dupree. To be clear, I'm talking about Max Dupree and not Max Dupree. From what I can tell, it very much was Triple H calling an audible. Max Dupree has had Vince McMahon working with him directly to create a character that Vince McMahon envisioned, but didn't feel that Max Dupree could deliver. So instead of Max Dupree, he brought in Max Dupree to deliver the Max Dupree that he was looking for. Triple H has decided, nah, I'm happy with the Max Dupree I've got, but I also don't want to get rid of the Max Dupree that I have already. So now he has two Max Duprees, Max Dupree and Max Dupree. Triple H calling that audible. They don't know how it's going to work, but they'll try anyway. Our pre-show panel features Kayla Braxton, Kevin Patrick, Pete Rosenberg, Booker T, and Jerry Lawler. It is outside of the arena. There is a small crowd gathered, a very small crowd. It's a lot more quiet in that area than I expected, to be completely honest. That looks like it might be their back entrance. Pete Rosenberg just celebrating the back entrance at this moment in time. Megan says, doing well, thank you. Getting some writing done during the Pete show because there's obviously no wrestling to watch. True, no wrestling whatsoever. I was thinking there would be. I was hoping there would be. But here we are and nothing doing. I was hoping we'd see Alexa and Asuka versus Nikki Cross and Doudrop. Horrible, horrible. I can still. Connor says, City still need more prep with an actual number 9 up top for once. Where Nunez is similar to the current players at Liverpool, as it helped the rest of the players bed him in quicker. That's coming up. That can was loaded and somehow still frothing. What on earth? Anyway, yeah, Nunez fits the system very well in the same way that Diaz does, whereas Haaland is a departure from what they already do, so it'll take a little time. Thomas says, my predictions, Belair, Pat, Usos, Lashley, Logan, Judgment Day, Liv and Roman. Once again, the only difference I have there is Corbin. Connor says, multiple Maxes. What could go wrong? Max Power, he's the man whose name you'd love to touch, but you mustn't touch. How it's... Again, this seems to be overflowing. How is this even possible? Is this just an endless can of Coke? Because if so, I'd be very happy with that. Right. Steve says, we've heard Theory being told this week that he needs a wise man on a couple of occasions. Do you think Theory will eventually get one, even if not the wise man? Although Heyman and Theory have history. No, I don't think that's going to happen. I'm very, very happy with Austin Theory working entirely independently. If he's going to have someone, it should be his good old dad. His good old dad, Johnny Gargano. Because I can see Austin Theory going all the way, getting close to, if not entirely at the championships, and then the return of Johnny Gargano. I feel if Gargano returns, we can't ignore Austin Theory. Connor says, I have everyone retaining and then The Miz and Corbin winning. The only exception I have with you there, Connor, is Logan Paul beating The Miz. Simon says, we need more legs pre-season games in our legs. Everyone needs that. Everyone needs to be fully fit as best they can. They all try their best. Jared says, rating of the show. The show has not yet happened, Jared. It's going to be difficult for me to rate the show if it doesn't happen. The user says, do you see Theory cashing in tonight? No, although I do have a little bit of news on that. I don't know what the current plan is. I haven't had the spoiler, but I do know what the plan was when Vince McMahon was in charge. Austin Theory was going to fail his cash-in tonight. That was the idea that was being bounced around while Vince McMahon was head of creative. Austin Theory was there to lose. He was there to cash in and fail. Fanatic Gamer welcome, says hello Tom, how you doing? Connor says, and JD winning. JD? JD? Who's JD? Why does that not work? That's not connecting for me at all. Connor says the unlimited can where it never goes. No, it seems to have stopped now. It was nice while it lasted. I think it was just an overloaded can. It was a fat can. Megan says the last time we had a pre-show match on the main roster pay-per-view was Elimination Chamber. I would not know. But it very much points to the fact... Judgment Day. Thank you, Connor. Judgment Day. But it very much points to a sea change in the way that the WWE do things. I do see it being something that Triple H brings back. But it is a showing of confidence by the WWE in saying that we don't need pre-show matches. We don't need it. You'll tune in anyway. Also, that's kind of been true. Sai says, hey, Tom and all. Big show incoming. Hope you all enjoy. Well, it's SummerSlam. Summerfest? SummerSlam? It's a big show. Welcome, Sai. How you doing, mate? I've just been putting you over because of this graphic, because it's fucking glorious. Thank you kindly. Ah, gotcha, Jared. Says, I meant, is it PG or TV 14? It is TV PG at this point in time. The user says, do you see any returns tonight? I've been asked this question so many times. Charlotte Flair is definitely someone I see. Edge seems pretty much guaranteed at this point in time. I don't see any more returns. Ghost has gifted a sub over on Twitch to Alex Pires. Thank you very kindly, Ghost. I very much appreciate that support. Absolutely love it. Thank you very kindly and welcome to the show, Ghost. Gotta catch up a little bit. Steve says, another reason why I'm glad Vince is gone. Theory should have that briefcase for the whole year, in my opinion. Have it where time is running out but wins at last possible moment. I think having the briefcase is a bigger elevation right now than actually being in championship contention. So I would be doing very much the same. Traffic says, Theory is plenty good on the mic himself. Doesn't need someone to hype him up. I agree, and I do feel he really showed that on SmackDown this week. Joey says, hi Tom. Hi Joey, how you doing, mate? Tyler Marshall says, is Bray returning? No. Sean says, fun fact, the last time the WWE Championship was in the main event for SummerSlam was 2014. It was Roman's opponent tonight, Brock, when he defended against John Cena and took him to Suplex City that night. Now, the Universal Championship has been involved since, of course. It's been involved quite a lot when it comes to SummerSlam. But the actual WWE Championship, this is the first time in a while. Thomas says, with the rumours of some things returning to NXT like they were before, what do you think is the most likely? Hard to say what the most likely thing is. I think it's more the fact that they'll have their own developmental and it's more the recruitment. But I've spoken at length about Nick Khan changing the recruitment and now Triple H essentially bringing it back. Go says, let's get WrestleMania Summerfest started. They called it WrestleMania SummerSlam. There's WrestleMania SummerSlam as well. If it had just been WrestleMania SummerSlam, I think they would have been taking the piss out of WrestleMania Backlash, but I can't guarantee it anymore. I just can't. Joey says, I think Dolph Ziggler might face Seth Rollins. Yep, you may have been reading the rumours that say exactly that. Connor says, I'm honestly just excited to see Rhea in action again, even if she's just on the sidelines. She will be getting physical. She will be getting involved. Rhea Ripley has been cleared to compete. The user says, if Seth is having a match, who do you see his opponent being? That is a question built on a hypothetical, and you know I don't answer that. Joey says, I heard Dolph Ziggler might face Seth Rollins. Yeah, I did read that earlier. Thank you, Joey. Simon says, Charlotte doing double duty than most probably this weekend. SummerSlam and at her dad's. Andrade's last ever match, tag team match versus Lethal Jarrett tomorrow. Yep, so's Jeff Jarrett. She is special in that regard. Thomas says, do you think that the name Takeover could return? It could. I don't necessarily think it will, but I do know that they're planning more NXT UK Takeover events. So in that regard, we'll definitely see the name Takeover return to the WWE sooner rather than later. They've just hyped up Pat McAfee versus Baron Corbin. We've already seen the hype for Becky Lynch versus Bianca Belair. This particular pre-show is moving at a pretty formidable pace at this point, I'll say that. I am actually really excited for Pat McAfee versus Happy Corbin. I think Becky versus Bianca will be the best match of the show by quite a distance. But I do think McAfee and Corbin will bring the best out of each other. And it's a return to form for Corbin, who's been losing quite a few matches recently. Madcap Moss won the feud with Baron Corbin, and yet Baron Corbin is the guy involved. Baron Corbin is the guy actually getting the match at SummerSlam. Sai has just sent me the Clash at the Castle overlay, which it's become a tradition of ours. It's become a tradition that during the previous pay-per-view, I get the overlay for the next pay-per-view. Oh, look. Look who it is. Oh, that looks great. You've gone nicely with a Welsh theme. Green. Oh, I love that. That's beautiful. Well done, Sai. That is fantastic. I do feel that Baron Corbin is going to be picking up the win. He's a full-time wrestler. He can benefit from it more. But at the same time, the last wrestling match that Pat McAfee had, he lost to Vince McMahon. I know that nobody's mentioning that. Megan says, I do think the show will be interesting. Yes, it's being run by Triple H, but the show was booked mostly by Vince. That's true. We still have elements of Vince McMahon booking for Clash at the Castle as well. It won't be until the draft that we really start to see the changes that are coming. But Triple H has found ways to impose himself, change a couple of finishes, and hype up a few differences in the last few days. Joey says, could Bayley return tonight? Yes. Will she? Probably not. Bayley says, do we think the Ric Flair appears in the crowd as a celebrity guest? No, I doubt they would promote that. Steve says, sounds silly, but have TakeOver as the NXT special once a year could be fun. And they actually do black and gold as the theme. I could see them returning like physically to the black and gold theme, but there's just no actual point beyond it to use a TakeOver name. It is just a name, and while Triple H does like it, he has bigger fish to fry at this point. Matt here says, nice border. Thank you, Matt. Great to see you, mate. Connor says, is there a castle in the overlay? Has to be, right? Don't believe so. Pretty happy with what we've got. Did I just focus on the colour scheme and forget to actually look? Yes. Yes, there is. That is Cardiff Castle. I've been there. It's lovely. You wanted it? You got it. We are having ourselves a recap instead of a hype package, it seems like, for the Mysterios versus Judgment Day. Rey Mysterio pinning Finn Balor on Monday Night Raw. Dominic Mysterio looked exhausted. Just as a general rule, don't stare down Rhea Ripley. Whatever you do, don't stare down Rhea Ripley. You can't win that fight. Joey says Tyler Bate is the NXT UK champ. He isn't. Like, he hasn't been for a while as far as I can remember. Connor says, you want it, you got it. The golden truth, what's up? I mean, did people want it? Did people want it? Oh, that's beer. That's just beer. That's a Chicago beer. We are slowly filling up, but I will say it does look like SummerSlam's not actually going to be... The stadium's not going to be full by the time we actually start. The fact that we're looking at a no disqualification tag match suggests to me that Edge may be involved before the match has actually got to any sort of finish. Did he, Joey? That's a shame. Connor says, if Charlotte does return during Liv and Ronda's match, do you see her causing a DQ or merely a distraction so Liv can roll up? I see it being a DQ personally. I think we're going triple threat. I don't think Lacey Evans is going to be in the position to be the next challenger for Liv, so I don't think we're going to get Charlotte versus Ronda and Liv versus Lacey. I think instead we're going to head towards triple threat. Logically then Charlotte will get involved, beat up both women and start having a good old-fashioned bitch and whine. Sai says, you're welcome to the overlay. A couple of UK Easter eggs for you to find in there sometime too, and wow, that's a big crowd. Yup. I always like that there's so many overlays just set up there, Sai. It's a wonderful, wonderful thing that I'm really grateful for. It means that there's always something to look at, and it's sort of... So many YouTubers have all these different things behind them to sort of keep the eye entertained. Because, you know, this is all you got. Having something like your overlays guarantees that no one's getting too bored. No one's getting too bored because there's a lot going on here as well. And the one you made for the birthday party, oh, that was a special moment. A special moment. You do work of art, sir. Thomas says, can you see Rey or Dom being beaten down before the match and being replaced by Edge? No. I can see Rhea Ripley getting heavily involved in the match because it's no disqualification, and then Edge and Beth Phoenix coming out to even the odds. And the Mysterios win. The Mysterios win, but it doesn't go much further than that. Another commercial for beer. Steve says, shout out to Sai. The overlays you make are next level. Well, Steve, if you ever need some overlays, I know a guy. And he's very, very good. Simon says, Y2J apparently called out Cesaro last night on Rampage for an upcoming Ring of Honor World title match. Why is TK pushing a 53-year-old over all the young talent in AEW? Because someone's got to lose to Cesaro in order to put him over. You build new stars by having them beat old stars. I know that people are annoyed about the Eddie Kingston thing, but the fact that he beat Eddie Kingston builds him up, ready to lose to Cesaro. So, a lot going on there. Connor says, I see that working. If it were a triple threat, I can see Charlotte being willing to put Liv over. She is indeed. I heard she is fond of Liv, stemming from their mini rivalry in 2019. Very true. Charlotte has been working with a number of different people, and there's a lot of people in the WWE that she wants to be putting over more. Liv Morgan's one of those. Alexa Bliss is another one. Lots going on there. I spotted the matching glasses about 40 minutes in. I wanted to point it out, but at the same time there were a lot of questions coming in. And when I'm dual streaming here, I don't have a time next to the questions. I don't know when the questions came in. So if I'm behind, all I know is I'm behind. And then the little bar tells me if I'm going to start running out of time and the questions are going to start vanishing. On Steve's show, I could see that we were 22 minutes behind at one point, and I started to panic and try and hurry the questions a little bit. It's a very different format. Very different format indeed. We are getting a hype package for Kevin Owens right now. Would we be unhappy if Seth Rollins did have a mystery opponent and it was Kevin Owens returning from injury? Would we have an issue with that? Because I tell you what, is there any more well-known Triple H guy than Kevin Owens? Is there any bigger guy? John Paul, welcome, sir. Says, okay, reach of the night prediction. Be it a return, Bayley Wyatt, or how Seth will be used, let's hear it. I think Kevin Owens is my reach of the night, because Bayley Wyatt ain't coming back at this event, I'll tell you that. And I think most people know about the other return at this point, because we had some spies in the midst, as it were. I think Kevin Owens would be a good shout if I'm going out there. Thomas Phipps says, I think Tony Khan has at the moment booked himself into a corner where he's added way too much talent than AEW can manage at this time, and as a result lots of wrestlers are underused. Yeah, that's exactly what's happened. He's booked way too many people. He can't even keep them all on, which is why we've had some contracts running out, and I do feel we're going to see more contracts going over the next few months, going into the next few years. AEW is massively bloated, and it is paying wrestlers who at this point are not being used. It is paying wrestlers to sit at home. That does not work for any business. AEW right now is still not making a profit. If you want to know how I know that they're not making a profit, I have a full AEW breakdown with Dr. Brillman, a fellow journalist and a fellow wrestling fan, here on the YouTube channel that you can check out in full detail as to exactly why I know AEW is not making profit right now. We break down the numbers in detail. That fact is predicated on so many people being there on contract, being paid, and not being used as well. Connor says, I would not have an issue as long as Owens won. I can't see him returning and losing, but at the same time, Seth needs a win more than anyone right now. Well, needs is a stretch. Wayne, welcome. Says, hello and good evening, everybody. How are you doing? Pleased to be here. Well, pleased to have you here, Wayne. Great to see you. Simon says, I like Y2J, one of the all-time faves, but me and plenty of us as fans feels like it's time for Chris to step aside, do the job for the likes of Jungle Boy, Starks, Eddie, Hobbs, Wardlow. Well, right now he looks like he's doing the job for Claudio, so basically you just want him to do the job for your favourites? He's literally building the next generation. He rebuilt Cody, he rebuilt Moxley. That's what he does. That's what he's there for. Steve says, I'd be more than happy to see KO versus Seth Rollins. They never paid off the friendship story earlier in the year. They didn't. They just they let them drift apart. But to be fair, the whole point of that storyline was just to kill time, because the match at WrestleMania was supposed to be Seth versus Big E, and then Roman got sick and something else happened instead. Wayne says, I like to watch wrestling, especially the old-time wrestling, old-school WWE from the Attitude Era. A lot of people still big fans of the Attitude Era. It wasn't my favourite period, but it was when I started watching. Simon says, out of these guys, Tom, who do you see as world champs first? Darby Allin. Yep, didn't even have to wonder. Connor says, AEW has accidentally done what WWE did and hired far too many people. Yep. So now they have a really difficult decision ahead of them. Really difficult decision. They either get rid of a load of people and fire people in the same way that WWE did, at which point people start to realise that AEW might not actually be the saviour that people are expecting, and maybe a bit too similar to WWE, as I may have mentioned before in the sports entertainment side, or they take the financial hit, and when we're talking TV deals, they need a much higher margin to make profit. It's not easy. It's not easy. Eddie Guerrero was indeed great, Wayne. Connor says, AEW and WWE are seemingly on opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of amount of talent on hand right now. Yep, and they didn't start like that. They started exactly opposite to that. Now, Triple H is another one who likes to work with a smaller roster. He likes to have a roster where everyone can be at least somewhat involved. On SmackDown, for example, there are a few people who've been regulars that we didn't see this week. Let's say, for example, Madcap, Gunter, Nakamura, perfect examples there. Meanwhile, on Raw, he's wanting to push people such as Ciampa, who's on TV on the screen right now and will be involved in this match at SummerSlam, which means a couple of other people may need to step aside. Of course, the main reason that we didn't see certain people is because they ran out of time due to the match between Sheamus and Drew McIntyre. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Hello, Greg Miller. Bailey says, another problem Tony Khan has is he's trying to do everything Vince did. Owner, booker, promoter, marketer. Would AEW be better if Tony delegated the talent issues to someone else? It entirely depends. Entirely depends on the very simple question. Would he be able to hire people better than him? Now, Wayne and Unknown, change the subject. This is not a question. This is not a request. Change the subject. We have enough trolls who come in here and just bombard that name. I'm automatically suspicious of anyone who brings it up, and I will start kicking people out. Thomas Phipps says, out of these matches, I was most unsure of the Logan Paul versus The Miz match, as I can see Ciampa turning on The Miz. Bit early? Bit early for that one. It's not really a turn if they've known each other for a couple of weeks, is it? John Paul says, for all the talent they have, I saw some real sloppy... Sorry, one sec. Work on AW last night. Missed spots and some very undeveloped stars seemed like minor league to me. Rampage is not their A show, of course, and that's very, very clear. But they do still have a couple of wrestlers who are a bit green, and they put them out there, despite that, to get a bit more experience. I'm okay with that. I told you to change the subject, Unknown. You will not receive another warning. Traffic says, I'm perfectly fine with not seeing every wrestler every single week. Makes it more valuable when they do show up. I don't know what you think about that. No, I agree with that. I think that's how it should be. That's absolutely how it should be. I do like a rotation, as it were. Just a good rotation. It's really quite simple to make happen as well. Just certain people don't feature every week. If you're not in a top-level storyline, maybe you do rotate in a little more. Have the occasional exhibition match. We had, for example, Wayne, you've been warned. I said you wouldn't get another warning. That's it. That's very much it. It's really simple stuff. Really simple stuff. Because we get trolls, I may be more sensitive to this, but I made it very, very clear how I felt about this. That's that. Matt says, do you think Triple H will be able to lure free agent wrestlers to WWE? Yes. Vince was also more than capable of luring free agent wrestlers to the WWE, though. That needs pointing out. Connor says, my main issue with SummerSlam is I don't get to see Gunter versus Shinsuke Nakamura on the card. I really wanted that match. Me too. It was in the plan. I think that, and whatever's going on with Seth Rollins, is a concerted effort by Triple H to narrow the card a little bit. A few less matches to make the matches themselves longer. His takeover shows were usually at their best when it was like 5, maybe 6 matches at most. He likes a more narrow card so that he can focus on those individual matches and make them stand out. That's telling for me. Larry, welcome mate. Says, what's this create mode crap Twitch is telling me to use? Sort of Twitch. Stop asking me stuff I don't understand, my brain hurts. I don't know mate, I've never heard of create mode. Are they asking you to create a mode? John Paul says, okay, fair, I will keep watching, thank you. It's my first time for AEW. Dynamite, at times, is a lot of fun. It is. But it's very hard to jump in and stick around. It's a strange one. Their retention rate is not particularly powerful. It's not particularly powerful. They do have difficulty having a new viewer and keeping them. So I would implore you to give them another go, but not too many goes. Andrew Quinn says, hello Tom, great to see Nunez and Liverpool win the Community Shield. Also, any chance we get a Taker appearance at SummerSlam tonight? He is backstage, as is Michelle McCool. I suspect he will at least have a commercial of some sort in order to advertise his one-man show as it goes touring. I don't think we'll see more than that. John Paul has gifted a membership to John Burns. In fact, John Paul has gifted 5 memberships to the channel. So please be aware, if you are currently watching the show and you're not currently a channel member, if you've opted in, which is an option right at the top of the live chat, you will receive one of 4 remaining free memberships for the month, courtesy of John Paul Mahofsky. Thank you very kindly, John Paul, for your generosity there. I really do appreciate that. We have a very strong amount of members right now that's really benefiting the channel, so thank you very kindly. And of course, as I say, if you do want one of those, all you have to do on the YouTube side is click opt-in at the very top of the live chat. So just scroll back up, click opt-in, click the little toggle to on, and you will receive automatically a free channel membership. Connor says a more narrow card with like 8 titles is not really going to work as much in my opinion. I don't like titles not being defended at pay-per-view. I do and I don't agree with that. I do like a narrow card personally, and I do think we can afford a little rotation with the secondary titles. US on one show, Intercontinental on the other. I like the idea of having like a 2-month-long build to a match, and I think the secondary titles can work in that regard. I also think it's telling that Roman might not be booked for all that many shows. If we don't have a top championship, then that 8 matches suddenly there's a lot of room for non-title feuds. So I do and I don't agree. Matthew Brenner has received a free channel membership as well. Thank you very much, John Paul and Matthew Brenner, for taking it. Steve says, John Paul, I'd recommend Dynamite this Wednesday. The lineup looks a lot stronger than Rampage was this week and should be a better show. I believe you're a regular viewer there, Steve. I believe you're a regular viewer. Connor says, I claimed one on my alternate account last stream. This account is apparently deemed as a branded account and thus can't claim gifts, which is odd. That is odd. That is odd. I'm confused by that. I don't understand what's really going on there, Connor. Interesting. BM says, yo, 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 yo. When I play you on both Twitch and YouTube at the same time, it echoes. Yeah, there is separate delays from my actual live feed. My live feed goes in, and then one of them is ever so slightly out when it gets to you guys. So it's a case of you may have to mute one, but I do appreciate you coming through on both. It's very nice. It's like I'm speaking at a rally. I'll go full MAGA. You just wait, mate. You just wait. Andrew Quinn says, I'm very intrigued what they do with Seth tonight. I wonder who the mystery opponent will be, to be honest. They may announce it during the show, or they may not. Primarily because, to be blunt, you have to consider the possibility that there is no mystery opponent. The WWE has not advertised a mystery opponent. There has been nothing to suggest that a mystery opponent is going to be in play. So we have to wait and see whether that actually comes to fruition before we can even say anything beyond it. BM says, enjoy the Community Shield. Only thing you'll win this season. Oh, you were really confident about it, and now it's not happened. You're suddenly really bitter. Connor says, one way to work around this would maybe be going back to brand pay-per-views, and every brand can do the feuds and keep a narrow card, but that's just what I would do. I would absolutely do that as well. Absolutely do that. I enjoyed the branded pay-per-views and then the joined Big Four, as it were. I think, for example, if we had Clash at the Castle as a SmackDown pay-per-view and then the Raw pay-per-view in Saudi Arabia, then Survivor Series, I think that's a great way to build it. Everything gets involved. Roman has to appear on both shows for a while, but so what? That works for me. That works for me. BM says, this time next week I'll have seen John Cena. Also says, oh no, please don't go MAGA. I don't want any silly hats. You could do a spoiler warning hat. That'd be lovely. Okay, we're hyping up John Cena appearing on Fortnite, Rocket League, and Fall Guys. I don't hate the idea of an Asuka on Fall Guys. Connor says I had to Google about it. Apparently it's a clause in claiming gifts, but I don't even know how or why. This is a branded account. Fair. Who knows? Like, that's a very confusing one. Bailey says there are literally 3 shows behind the pre-show setup. Looks a little awkward. It does, to be fair. I imagine most people are getting in at this point. Miss AC, welcome. Says, is Sasha Banks coming back to WWE? That's a great question, Miss AC. Boss Pedal says it's nice they're letting WWE 2K22 GM mode AI pick the SummerSlam card. I don't think I could think of a worse match than Liv Morgan versus Ronda Rousey. I disagree. I think this is a great opportunity for Liv Morgan. Probably the biggest match of her career. Steve says, Tom, I wish you and everyone in the chat an awesome evening ahead and enjoy SummerSlam. All the best. Thank you, Steve. Have a great night. And I look forward to hearing your thoughts in the morning on the good old-fashioned Twitter machine. We are 20 minutes away from the beginning of this year's SummerSlam. We have 3 memberships currently sitting in limbo that have been gifted by John Paul. If you would like one of those, please do remember to click opt-in. It's at the top of the live chat, that option. All you got to do is click opt-in and you will get an absolutely free membership to the channel. That gives you emotes and it gives you members only videos. We also currently have 27 viewers, but only the 21 likes. If you've not yet done so, please remember, hit that thumbs up, show some support to the channel, and that basically automatically means that this show grows. We get more views, we get more people, we get more chat, we get more likes, we get more subscribers. It's really that simple. Every like does make a massive difference. Subscribe if you haven't already as well. Megan says, not sure if anyone has mentioned this, but according to PW Insider and Wrestling Inc., Riddle is scheduled to be appearing in a promo/interview segment during the show tonight. Maybe the only appearance Seth will then make is to beat up an already injured Matt Riddle. Everyone's talking about a mystery opponent. We don't know. Connor says, superstars having to appear on both shows is a punishment for having two titles and discourages WWE doing it again. I would absolutely do that. Megan says, I had a look at the WWE Fall Guys skins during my stream the other day. They look good, but I can't afford them, don't have enough points. I'd imagine they're very much there for the diehards. Very much there for the diehards. Simon said, this is one of only 3 SummerSlams I've missed. Well, I suggest you either jump back into it or don't. Andrew says, Peter Insider have confirmed Gargano is not at backstage for SummerSlam, even though there has been speculation despite him appearing on Impact this week. There's been a lot of speculation. A lot of speculation for absolutely no reason. Absolutely no reason. It is baffling that they've decided to commit to this. Absolutely baffling that so many people are so determined to just try and say that this is definitely going to happen with no recourse whatsoever, no reason that it would happen. I know a troll when I see one. Unknown. You've made 3 accounts now. It's not hard to see that you're just trying to be a dick. You're trying to derail. You won't succeed. Connor says, Ronda and Liv are on great terms backstage. There is no reason why they both would resist making each other look amazing, so I don't understand the criticism. Well, to be fair, even if people don't like each other, The Undertaker and Shawn Michaels historically not the greatest of friends, and yet they still managed to create amazing wrestling matches. That's all it is for me, and that's all it needs to be. Miss AC says, why WWE's not pushing AJ Styles for the Universal title? Because they're pushing Roman Reigns as the Universal Champion instead. Also, he's on the wrong show. Eric Douglas says, who won Mysterio's or Judgment Day? Who is winning? I feel that the Judgment Day will win, but we do have an Edge and a Beth Phoenix in play. Simon, I don't agree with you there. I think that's complete garbage. A lot of people here for the bloodline, a lot of people chanting Tribal Chief now. One guy celebrating his Rock t-shirt. I don't know who Jackie Redmond is, but you seem to do an okay job there. Connor says the Gargano speculation came out of nowhere. It's like me saying, well, CR7 wants to leave United. That must mean the Glazers are selling the club. No link at all. To be fair, a lot of people have also been trying to suggest that, oh, this means WWE is being sold. I've said it before and I'll say it again. As long as Vince McMahon is in power, and he very much still is, the company will never be sold. No stockholder will ever agree to a sale of the WWE. They are making way too much money from it, and there is no guarantee that a future shareholder will make the same choices. Sorry, future management scheme will make the same choices. Larry says, I can't stand most of the gobshites at work, but I still try and do a good job. Absolutely fair. One of the most difficult things in my experience, obviously, I can't stand many of the people that work here at the Tom Colohue channel. Like, there's this guy at the top I can't stand. Just something about him rubs me the wrong way. He's just a really weird looking, weird thinking, just a weird person. But I still try and perform to the best of my ability. It's that guy, the name up there. I never feel comfortable around him. Something's wrong there. You know? You know. Eric says, I thought that match was pre-show. Not that much. Connor says, I hate that twat you have in the cupboard. What a twat. What a twat indeed. Vital part of the way the system works, but still, maybe just give him a kick in every now and then. Connor says, for a card that's been impacted by injuries and inconveniences, I think they've put together a good card, to be honest. I agree. We do have to consider the fact that, first and foremost, Randy Orton was supposed to be in Brock Lesnar's spot. You have Roman Reigns versus Randy Orton for both championships at the top. Suddenly, things are very, very different. Now, I'm excited by Becky versus Bianca again. I'm excited by Liv versus Ronda. It's a very new matchup and a new person as champion being pushed. People were really excited for Liv to become champion, and now they're disappointed that she's facing off with the top woman in her division. I don't understand the issue there. The Usos versus Street Profits may have happened last month, but it's still going to be a fantastic match, and we all know that. I don't understand why people hate this card. I don't get it. John Paul says, I have a crazy reach. Ooh, you go for it. I always like to invent a wild storyline. Seth helps Theory. Theory grabs the strap, gives Seth the briefcase. My reach storyline. Not sure how he would get the belt without using the briefcase. So there's a bit more to work out there. But it's not the worst idea. Not the worst idea at all. Eric says, if Johnny goes back, then he needs to go to NXT for revenge on Waller. Not necessarily. The whole point of having him lose to Waller was basically just to put Waller over. So it would be sort of counterintuitive to have him go back and beat the guy up again. Sort of defeats the purpose of the loss in the first point. Titus O'Neil is officially WWE Global Ambassador, apparently. Of course, this was the guy who sort of was in Vince's corner on a Raw a couple of weeks ago. Titus O'Neil, as we know, does what he's told when it comes to the job. He has stood next to Hulk Hogan and just kept a straight face. Credit to him. This is very much a pro-Nashville segment. Zozo says Sasha Banks doesn't deserve to be in SummerSlam. Don't know why you would say that. Sasha Banks is a talented wrestler, and if she was potentially on this card, I wouldn't be upset. Megan says, just scrolling through Twitter and there's a photo being posted of one of the screens in the arena warning people that drones will be used during the event tonight. I'd imagine a large part of the drones and the like, that was an awkward moment by everyone involved, that headlock. A large part of the reason for drones is working the 3D elements as well. John Paul says, oh no, I thought Lashley had a belt too. There goes marriage. Oh, you mean the US title? Okay. I see a little more what you're going for there. He does have a title. Matthew says, any chance that Titus starts wrestling regularly with Triple H in charge? Nope. No chance whatsoever. Andrew Quinn says, I would love Taker to squash Seth or Taker cost Roman the title. That's my prediction, but won't happen. No. No. Connor says, Liv being champion is just one of those things where people moan at WWE for not doing something and then again moan when they do it because they did not do it the way they wanted it to be done. So now they hate it, moan about them not doing something else, and the circle continues. Yeah, there's a level of bitterness as regards the, why is Liv Morgan in this match? You wanted someone new pushed. Someone new gets pushed. You wanted someone new competing for championships. She's won the championship. You wanted new opponents for Ronda who weren't Charlotte. You've got it. What is the issue? I don't understand. It's a match we've never seen before. A new champion, and it's on SummerSlam. What is the issue? Okay, so Zozo, you're just baiting now, right? Simon, make sure you don't take the bait. You know what's going to happen if you do. Okay, what am I looking at here? Is this an Edge vignette? This looks like an Edge vignette. This is an Edge vignette. This sounds like new music. Well, that's very obviously Edge. He is coming to night. As I said, the word did get out a little bit earlier tonight, so they've got ahead of the curve there. Edge does return tonight. We can all look forward to that one. That definitely wasn't Bray Wyatt's voice. Bailey says, any other news out there about why Lacey Evans did not compete last night? To my knowledge, it's a kayfabe injury, though I haven't had that confirmed at this point in time. I'm still working on that one, but I do think it's a reset. A storyline reset. They were building Lacey up to be Liv's next opponent. That still could be the case, but I do think they've changed the plans there, and that's changed plans for Lacey Evans as well. It was very much the plan, even in Triple H's mind, until the day of the event. Connor says, this is Liv's first SummerSlam as well. This is something she wouldn't have gotten without the push. WWE fans are always complaining. Shake my head. Andrew Quinn says, if that Brood music hits, I will get goosebumps. We'll have an evolution of it. He's going to be a different character to his Judgment Day character, but he won't be too far away from it. And now we have a Seth Rollins vignette, at least on the network. I'm aware that on Peacock we get something different. Ed's always been very helpful in making that clear. But we have ourselves a Seth Rollins vignette. Talking the good old-fashioned background of Colby. Cute kid. Connor says, Tom, did not know if you noticed, but I got Domino's delivered to my cupboard earlier. Sorry, did not ask if you wanted anything. Well, how dare you? In every way, how dare you? I may have wanted something. Now you'll never know. Now you'll never know. Eric Douglas says, with Vince gone, do you see Brock retiring soon? No. Brock will happily work for Triple H. That's where we are right now. Danny B-Side says, Edge returns tonight. He does indeed. News got out a couple of hours ago on this one. So certainly that will not provide a surprise at all. Hector says, forget Judgment Day, Damian Priest. I want the Damian Priest that would celebrate random women in a hot tub. They weren't random. I actually know one of them quite well. I follow her on Twitch. Some talented people there. Hector says, I've already read that one. Justin says, Finn and Rhea versus Edge and Beth would be fun and would indeed be coming shortly. Oh, look, there's our troll again. There's our troll again. Thank you, Sai. It's amazing that they actually think they're going to convince anyone of anything when they just start screaming random stuff like that. So many trolls. So many trolls. For those who don't know, the troll I get is the same person. It's always the same person. It's never been anyone else. It is the same person who, honestly, I worry a little bit about their mental health. The things that they're randomly accusing me of, literally, it's not possible. It's genuinely impossible, and provably so. But they've decided something which is utterly ridiculous. I really am a bit worried, but I'm not their outlet. I'm not here to rescue someone. I'm not here to be your therapist. Sometimes I'll let the troll talk a little bit because the chat rate being high on YouTube is a benefit. But at this point, I'm just done with Mr. Caps Lock. No benefit to you. The whole point of trolls is to try and derail the conversation when ultimately you're bringing me content. You're giving me something to talk about. So why would I be concerned? We are just over 5 minutes away from the beginning of SummerSlam. We are in the Cricket Fan Zone trailer. Exclusive access to memorabilia. This is not great. Connor says the Edge return will keep us on the edge of our seats, edging closer to liking the show. So many edges. Always edging. Larry says, can't the troll come to Twitch? We're missing out. You are. Sai gets there pretty quickly, but still, you are. Traffic says, at least you know your channel must be growing when the trolls start to come in. Oh, the channel absolutely is growing. I cannot even begin to describe how much the channel is growing right now. I could not be happier. Since the beginning of July, we've added 122 subscribers. We reached 1,300 this week, and now we're already on 1,340. So please do remember, if you haven't already, hit like, because that basically guarantees us more viewers, and subscribe if you haven't already. Good times are coming. Jason Watkins says, you know you become successful when you land yourself a troll. Hey Tom, it's J-Dub by the way. Hey J-Dub, how are you doing? I believe you're still technically our 24/7 champion. So, great to see you, mate. Hope you're good. Really do hope you're good. If well, I'm happy to catch up and see you about here. How are you doing? Andrew says, did you notice the red lettering in that video message? I'm coming tonight. Another wrestler had red letters for his entrance. Let me in. Yes, and it is nothing to do with that wrestler. People are desperately looking for any possible connection to Bray Wyatt. There isn't one. There isn't one. Connor says, so you don't want to be a therapist. How does that make you feel? Makes me feel hurt. Hurt. John Misenberg says, hey Tom, happy SummerSlam Saturday everyone, and a happy SummerSlam Saturday to yourself as well, John. How are you doing? I believe you recently hit 150, which was pretty impressive, I will say that. Pretty impressive. Tonight, as we lead into the last 5 minutes before SummerSlam, we have some severe competition when it comes to the whole watch party element. There's a reason, spoiler warning, is really going from strength to strength at the moment, whereas the watch parties are a little bit quieter, but not that much quieter. Just a little bit quieter. I really enjoy this more chilled environment that we have here. So I'm not particularly worried here about growing, and I'm not going to constantly be bombarding, can you like this, can you subscribe and all that jazz. I'll just remind people every now and then. Hector says, I'm kind of disappointed Edge returning got out early. I would have rather educated not knowing and let it be a surprise, but that's just me. Same. People get annoyed that there are no surprises anymore, but they're the ones seeking out the spoilers and then sharing them with everyone. Connor says, I love the pinball machine theme. Not gonna lie, the graphics look so good. Well, Connor, you can thank Sai for that. Sai put this one together. He's already sent me a new graphic for Clash at the Castle. Guy's very creative and really does get what we're trying to do here at the Tom Colohue channel. I cannot thank you enough, Sai. Justin says, most likely title to change hands tonight in your opinion? I don't see any titles changing. I think the most likely one, unfortunately, is the SmackDown Women's Championship. Megan says, people are itching to see who the first big name will be to re-sign with the company. I've got my eyes on Dakota Kai. I really do. I think if he was available, Samoa Joe would be number one, but I've got my eyes on Dakota Kai, I tell you that. Connor says, so you feel hurt, and how does that make you feel? Let's deep further into it. Oh wait, we're out of time. Come back next week and try to remember those emotions. Don't forget, that's $200, please. Sai says, congrats on the 1340 subs, a new record for the Tom Colohue channel that we reached over the course of today. We gained another 2 subscribers today without actually having any shows, just based on what happened previously. Oh, we've actually lost one again. We're down to 1339. Boo. Boo. 1339. Oh well. Hopefully over the course of tonight we get a little bit extra. But as I say, I'm just very happy with what we've been achieving recently. Very happy that people are enjoying the show. So grateful to so many people who've been so generous. Ghost, John Paul, already been gifting subs tonight. So many channel members that we have, subscribers on Twitch. We are doing absolutely fantastic, and I'm really enjoying the production, the creation, and just hosting these shows. I still sometimes get nervous before I press that go live button, and I tell myself, yeah, but you'll love it though. It's like going to the gym. You love it afterwards. During, it's exhausting, you're knackered and you're sweaty, but afterwards you think back and have that moment of, damn, I really like this. Thomas says, do you think the Street Profits split up tonight, or do you see the cracks starting to form? I really am not sure. The fact that we've had Triple H now come in and take over the creative has changed a lot of things. I know that the plan was for a breakup of the Street Profits. I know that they were discussing who would be the heel. I don't know that that's still the plan. Connor says, Dakota coming back could reunite her and Raquel and help rebuild the tag division. I think that would be great. I think Dakota coming back in general is a wonderful, wonderful thing. Connor said, be right back. All right. Away you go. Away you go. All right, sorted. Hector says, any chance Triple H makes any last minute changes to kind of offset the Edge return being out there? Maybe a surprise or booking decision we might not expect. No, that's not Triple H's style. You really can't be a wrestling promoter and change the result at the last minute unless you're Vince McMahon. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. Andrew says, the trolls shouldn't be on people's YouTube channel streams. It's just stupid. A new show every week. The Trollahue Talk. Tom to address the trolls in the chat. I mean, I'd have a lot to say. Mostly, get a life. Thing I need you all to realise, right now there is one troll who keeps coming back in. Once we kick them out, mainly Sai, they create a new email address. They create a new email account. They create a new YouTube account, they go through all the capture, they set up, they come in here, they talk for all of a second, and they're immediately kicked again. At which point they go away, they create a new email address, they create a new YouTube account. It is the saddest, most pathetic life that you could possibly have. Imagine being that guy. See, here they are again. Literally, imagine being that guy whose entire life is dedicated to create new account, create new email, create new YouTube, How desperate and pointless are you? Like, really, this is all you've got? What is the point of your life? It is just sad. It is just very, very sad. Justin says, I really hope they have a match and not a 26-second Bianca win. Unlikely, they've got 7 matches to get through and 3 hours to do it in. Eric Douglas says, I feel like Theory is a future world champion, but I don't feel like this is his time. Failed cash-in. The plan originally, when Vince McMahon was in charge, was for a cash-in and a fail tonight. Bailey says, if Dakota comes back, it won't be long before someone will be shouting Tegan Nox. People are already shouting Tegan Nox, but there's a very different reason they let her go. Larry says, are there no matches on the pre-show? Am I sitting with this WWE crap on TV for nothing? No matches on the pre-show. Honestly, that was quite a condensed pre-show. I was pretty happy with that. Dodo says Alexa Bliss should be on SummerSlam. Well, maybe she could have a match with Sasha Banks. Connor says YouTube should add an IP ban to stop this kind of thing. I agree. I absolutely do agree. Hector says, just think about it this way, Tom. With Vince gone, there won't be any scripts ripped up. That's not technically true. There'll be quite a few scripts ripped up. A bad script is still a bad script. And we can't sit here and say there'll never be a bad script. Triple H is out here saving the environment with the use of less paper. Fair. That's usually how the news gets to Fightful, to be fair. Someone takes a picture of the actual printout. Matthew Brenner says, I know this is a dumb question, but I want to ask anyways. Any chance that Damien Sandow gets another chance for even a short run in WWE? No. No chance whatsoever. No interest in the WWE in reaching out to Damien Sandow. I also don't think he really wants to work with them anymore. Though he was very popular on Up, Up, Down, Down for a while. Eric Douglas is surprised at the lack of Alexa Bliss. I was thinking maybe a pre-show match, Bliss and Asuka against Nikki Cross and Doudrop. Doesn't seem like it came to fruition. It's a shame, but we are where we are in that regard. We now have our opening statement, the hype package for the entire show. They're focusing on a lot of different wrestlers. Nice image there of Bobby Lashley with blood in his mouth. Not often you see that in the opening hype packages. It's very clear who their main focus is. We haven't quite got to the last man standing match yet, but they're not covering everything. The women are getting a lot of focus in this. Naturally last man standing as well, but the women are getting a lot more focus than you would expect, given that there are times when the WWE focuses only and purely on the main event. Our main event tonight, of course, will be last man standing. Brock Lesnar versus Roman Reigns. I wouldn't like to say it all begins again. It all just sort of continues. It never quite finished. Never quite finished. Eric Douglas says, any chance for a Karrion Kross or Big Cass return? Karrion Kross maybe. Big Cass, no chance. No chance in hell. Also, to be blunt, with Triple H in charge, never expect to see Hulk Hogan again. Oh, bit of Logan Paul in there. They're really running through the entire selection, aren't they? Hector says, pardon me for not knowing. No need to be pardoned. But who owns the Up, Up, Down, Down name? Because that seems to be the only video game content allowed by WWE with the exception of Ronda and the likes. WWE owns the Up, Up, Down, Down channel and the Up, Up, Down, Down name. Larry says, every new account on YouTube can add 1 to the number when they tell shareholders X unique users every month. True. True. Very true. And honestly, I'm sure they're hitting dislike as well, which is also a ridiculous and wonderful thing for a troll to do, because that just tells YouTube people are engaging with the video and publicizes it more. Like, everything they're doing is helping me. SummerSlam has just started. We have 29 viewers and only 25 likes. If you haven't done already, please remember to hit that thumbs up. Really helps us grow and helps make people aware that we are live and we are active. The first match, of course, is going to be Bianca Belair versus Becky Lynch. I do expect this to be the best match of the night, so I do feel that we are going to be starting hot, we're going to be starting fun, and we're going to be starting as we mean to go on. I don't think anything else is going to match up to this one, though I've been told a few times our main event could be a real knockdown, drag-out war. Corey Graves looks fantastic. Just the right amount of boob. Just the right amount of boob. Simon says it's a pro wrestling pay-per-view for pro wrestling fans. You have no AJ Styles, a pro wrestling legend on it, but you have Logan Paul, a nobody amateur boxer on it. Logan Paul and nobody. Okay, right, let's look at this. So Logan Paul is not a nobody. That is a utterly ridiculous thing to say. Logan Paul is presiding over a genuine boost. Becky looks amazing. A genuine boost to the 1849 demographic that the WWE has been losing to AEW on. He's not a boxer. He's not a boxer. So let's just type Logan Paul into YouTube. That's all I'm going to do. Type Logan Paul. He has 23.5 million YouTube subscribers. 23.5 million. Let's have a look at some of his most recent videos. 3 weeks ago, he uploaded a video that received 3 million views. That's more views than Raw. More views than SmackDown. 2 months ago, Logan Paul and KSI went bald for Prime. 5.1 million views. More than Raw, more than SmackDown. Let's sort them by most popular. His most viewed video. 282 million views. Logan Paul is not a nobody, Simon. He's not. That is a ridiculous thing to say. He is a draw for an audience that the WWE is not strong in. And I guarantee you, more people have heard of him than AJ Styles. WWE is not just for wrestling fans. The way they get new fans is by bringing in people who aren't wrestlers. Also, I don't see you getting annoyed at Pat McAfee. Simon, AJ Styles is currently my favourite wrestler. You are putting words in my mouth. You will not be allowed to continue doing so. Eric Douglas says, what's up first? First, of course, we have Bianca Belair and Becky Lynch. Becky Lynch, incredibly colourful gear today, which is unusual. She usually goes black or white. She's very happy with how she looks. Very happy. Bianca, of course, makes her own gear, so I'm interested to see what she's wearing tonight. Justin Stevens has 23.5 million Instagram followers as well, which is also worth adding. Connor's back. All right, get in. Get in. There we go. Welcome back. Bianca Belair indeed with some new gear. Looks like jeans with, you know when you weather jeans for a while and they get holes in them, but sometimes it's more hole than jean? That's where we are right now. That's where we are. Larry says, when do we get Logan Paul versus Bad Bunny main eventing WrestleMania? I don't think we'll ever see that, though, of course, Bad Bunny is quite a talented wrestler, and we could see a lot more of him in the near future. He did very well once in the ring. He also brought in an audience that the WWE didn't have. It was largely a Latino market, but it was still a very strong market that was spending quite a bit of money. That's why he was in the Royal Rumble as well. If he was available, he'd be on the show as well. The WWE is the biggest show in town because it knows how to market itself to non-wrestling fans. One of the reasons that AEW is struggling when it comes to the ratings is because they only market themselves to wrestling fans. All of their competition does. That's why the WWE will always be the biggest. Eric says, do you think Corey Graves is Pat's next feud after Corbin? No, I know there were reports that Corey Graves was cleared. Haven't seen anything of it. He certainly hasn't wrestled. Certainly hasn't done anything about it. That was a lovely bit of a big time right there. Sean says, Becky gear looks Iron Man inspired. Often it's sort of accidental. She's been accused of cosplaying many times when it actually hasn't been. Thomas says, does this go 26 seconds? No. It's going to be an actual wrestling match. I suspect it's going to be WrestleMania standard. Connor says, I love how this cupboard gag continues. Started a small joke and now it's just become a permanent thing in our interactions. Well, when we've got an in-joke, let's celebrate it. You've got to remember, it's not just for us. It's not just for us. Simon, you're on timeout. You're on timeout. I explained exactly what the situation is. I made it very clear, my thoughts on AJ Styles. You are now completely making up what you think you're hearing. It's garbage, it's wrong, you're on timeout. I like that we've got the red on one side, well, red and gold I should say, and the blue on the other. The contrast is a wonderful, wonderful thing. Justin just says it's a business, and it is. Ed, how you doing, mate? Says, I'm so stunned that Bianca is not in orange tonight, considering she was a Tennessee volunteer athlete. Fair, fair. She's chosen the blue. She's not chosen SummerSlam colours, I tell you that. Eric Douglas says, do you think indie wrestlers will want to start going to AEW now that WWE is starting to move away from India? Do you mean Indian wrestlers? I think it depends on the possibility. WWE is still a lot stronger in that subcontinent, but AEW, obviously, if that's a route to the big time, you'll absolutely take it. Depends on the individual. Becky Lynch is a bit loud calling the shots there. I believe we're already past the 26-second mark. I expect this match to go the distance. Recently, wrestling matches on pay-per-views have been around 20 minutes at most, with the exception of Roman Reigns matches, which do go the distance. Under Triple H, I do expect we're going to get longer. It'll be interesting to see, with 7 matches on the card, how many of them do go that distance. Oh, I love that Becky does that. Becky reversing the leapfrog will never be boring to me, because the amount of wrestlers who always duck under the leapfrog and don't see that opportunity. Good shout. Thomas says, I get Alundra Blaze vibes from Becky's gear, which is absolutely fair. She's still got her typical style tights as well. I was checking to see if they'd laddered. Megan says, how is Seth going to troll people with his outfit tonight? It depends if he's visible. I'd like to see him wearing something utterly ridiculous while beating down an already injured Matt Riddle. Depends if he's wrestling. Maybe he'll wear Seffi wrestling gear. Just like Seffi wrestling on his arse. Something like that. That'd be good. I'd like that. Maybe he'll just be in the polka dots again. That was a bold look and a bold statement that I enjoyed. Becky's working the arm. I don't feel the crowd are really responding well to the arm being worked. Now, we can be confident of where she's going with this. It's standard heel submission wrestler, also standard Bret Hart style, to be fair. He always worked the back. But it's not what the crowd really enjoy at this point in time. So we're starting slow. Bianca Belair getting a bit more pace into it. Very standard face and heel. One person trying to reduce the tempo, the other trying to keep it going. Lovely moonsault there. Good combination from Bianca, and now we start to slow it down again. Hector says it's crazy that even with the IC title on Gunter, it's still been since Mania 37 since it's been defended. I agree. We seemed like we were there. It seemed like Nakamura was going to be involved. Gunter was going to face him, defeat him still, but ultimately face him. And it seemed like we were there. The fans did not quite recognise that Becky had countered that move. They popped for the actual move and then popped for the fact, oh, she's actually okay. Momentum shifted again. Becky does like to go to the outside at least a little bit. Usually only briefly, but I remember in her match with Asuka at Royal Rumble 2019, a little bit of time on the outside as well. When asked about it in interviews, she just says it gets the crowd going. Hector, I've already read that. Connor says, I think Seth should just wear Randy Orton-inspired trunks to get into Riddle's head while beating him down. That and the waistcoat. Well, jacket, I should say. Randy was infamous with that trunks and jacket combination, which nobody liked, nobody wanted, but I think that's why he liked it so much. Just, whatever people want, don't let them have it. Bianca firing out of the Bexploder looked a bit sloppy before we actually got started with it as well. Oh, lovely roll-up. Becky's going for a bit of a cheap win here. She's got a long-term strategy, but she's also trying to be opportunist. Lovely rotation. Sai says, from the state of Twitter, the best gear Seth could use to troll would be red and black stripy tie. That is a very, very, very fair comment. Just go full fiend. Go full fiend. You know everyone's going to hate it. And ultimately, isn't that what we all want? To be hated. Traffic says, hope Edge returns when it's dark out so his entrance fully hits. The match with Judgment Day and the Mysterios is expected to be central to the show, to my knowledge. So, hopefully so. I do remember a Bray Wyatt entrance back at WrestleMania 31, I think it was, where it was still bright out, so there was kind of no point in it even happening. Justin says, best SummerSlam main event in your opinion? Hard to say. I really enjoyed Brock Lesnar versus The Undertaker. I really enjoyed Brock Lesnar versus John Cena. After that, I guess a little harder to mention it. Though I will say Shawn Michaels just punking Hulk Hogan was a wonderful, wonderful moment. Again, Becky's going back to the submission. Well, that is clearly part of her plan tonight. Megan says, it gets worse when you realise there have been 4 IC champions who didn't defend on pay-per-view. Apollo, yes, he won it but never defended it on pay-per-view. Shinsuke, Sammy and Ricochet. Ricochet only won it so that the championship would not be defended on pay-per-view because Johnny Knoxville, of course, was going to beat Sami Zayn. KJ says, what's up, Tom? What's up, KJ? Hope you're doing well, mate. Hopefully you've read some of the advice that I offered on Discord earlier. I was expecting I'd have gotten a response at some point. So once I do, I'll happily give further if I can. Oh, lovely counter from Bianca. Little things like that make a big difference. Eric says, no way I see Becky winning. Bianca is 2 over right now, plus this is her homecoming. That was a lovely counter. Looked genuine as well. Oh. I do agree. I definitely don't see Becky winning. Connor says, I love to be hated. It's great. It's the way. If you're going to be in wrestling, you always want to be the bad guy. The bad guys have more fun. You know how it's the whole like, oh, blondes have more fun. Heels have more fun. A dueling chant from the crowd. Lovely use of the apron. The hardest part of the ring, don't you know? Justin says, I liked Joe versus Lesnar versus Strowman versus Reigns. Also enjoyed Brett versus Undertaker in 97. 2 really good options there. I do like that Fatal 4-Way you mentioned. Strowman just destroyed everyone in that. It was just a wonderful thing to watch. Becky going for the hair Sasha Banks style, which has not worked out in the past and is not working out now. Suplex on the outside. We can start building towards a potential double counter at this point. Nah, they're already rolling towards the ring and communicating. Megan says, I'm going to say it now. If Bayley appears after this, I may scream. You go right ahead. If anyone's going to make you scream, it's Bayley. I think Bayley could make anyone scream. What can I say? When it comes to Bayley, we're all screamers. Belair's in the dominant position right now. Becky still seems to be the one leading the crowd. Got a dead arm. Sorry, not leading the crowd. Becky still seems to be leading the match. Classic ring general. She's the one who usually puts this together. Connor says, I thought the way was Gargano, Candice, Indy and Theory. It was, wasn't it? Ah, I see what you're saying. Sai says, are those LED crowd barriers, is that a first? I don't believe it's a first, but certainly it's not usual. Typically what they'll do is they'll have a small section of LED barriers. So I think the one underneath the hard cam and the one near the announce table will not be. Bianca's showing off her power there, but Becky takes advantage of that. Ultimately, the overhead press isn't a great thing. It's not a great thing. It's just a way of exhausting yourself. Long term, it's not a good choice. It's a lovely new move there from Becky. Not one I've seen personally. Called it Diamond Dust, which is of course Shiva in Final Fantasy. KJ says, do we notice that it's steel poles instead of the LED post corners of the ring? Usually when they go the poles post, they break the ring. Well, you never know. During the last man standing match, that might be the plan. Maybe. It says, good match so far, but feels like it's missing something. There is still time for an upgrade, but it certainly hasn't quite hit the WrestleMania standards as of yet. As I say, though, give it time. They're still building towards something. Justin says, fantasy booking here. Who would you bring Sasha back to feud with if she does return? Ronda? Maybe Charlotte? Honestly, she wouldn't necessarily, for me, be coming back in and immediately winning. She'd have to do a couple of jobs first and then getting back into the system. That's not a great landing from Becky. Could have done to land flat there. Hector says, internally, does WWE consider what happens after SummerSlam as a reset of sorts? Kind of have stories started over after Mania? Somewhat, yes. SummerSlam is a bit of a reset button. There are two different phases when it comes to this. Between WrestleMania and SummerSlam, it's typically not a big phase for the WWE. They push some new people, and they don't really worry too much about what's going on. SummerSlam, they hit reset, and that's where they start to get serious, and we start to build towards the Royal Rumble. And then, of course, the third phase is between the Royal Rumble and WrestleMania, when it's all systems go. So yeah, this is sort of the mid-season premiere, as it were. KOD on the outside to Becky Lynch. The ref is already counting. It's a KOD, so it's going to be interesting to see if she gets back up. Oh, Bianca's dragging her up. Take the count out. Take the count out. Take the count out. Take the count out. Becky made it. The classic Dolph Ziggler style. I'm exhausted. Oh, but time's up. Well, I guess I'm not exhausted anymore. Connor says, I scream, you scream, we all scream for Bayley does not have the same ring to it. True. Hector says, I've already read that one. KJ says, the LED barricades are usually only on two corners opposite of hardcam, but now it's the whole side. True, I remember seeing, even earlier today when the WWE is pushing SummerSlam content, a WWE HD advertisement on an LED barricade. Becky Lynch evaded a second KOD. Oh, I love a good spinebuster. That was beautiful. Bianca's going to the top, which is usually a bad call when it comes to Becky. Larry says, for me, as wrestlers, these two are average, not bad, not good either. Either the two against someone good would be okay, but against each other, a bit rubbish. Strange, considering the great match that they had at WrestleMania. You're, of course, entitled to your opinion there. I personally disagree. Justin says, wonder if the ref counted too fast. Possibly, but it's up to the wrestlers to be aware of that. Triple H will probably have told the refs to speed it up a little bit, to be completely honest with you. The way that they used to count was a bit ridiculous. Again, we're using the hair to get an unfair advantage. There's our manhandle slam straight into a pin. And she's out of it. That was really nicely into that pin. Just a really quick combination of moves there. Connor says, you like spinebusters even more when they go through pillow forts. Yes, I do. That was a very good moment of my life. I do love that Bianca just rolled with it there when she went back. I know, KJ, everyone's entitled to their opinion. I personally disagree. I think it's a good match so far. They're setting the mark nicely. Because it's all about what happens next, really. This is our opener. This is our first match. Everything is going to have this to live up to afterwards. Yeah, live up to. Hector says, I know I may be in the minority, but I hope Orton returns at the Rumble and costs Riddle a chance to main event and just beats him down, setting up their Mania match. I feel like now's the time to pull the trigger. Certainly a possibility. I'd have them keep going a little while after Orton returns. But not too much longer. I think there's only so long they can take this for. Becky's trying to get a manhandle slam. Spanish fly. Spanish fly. Looks like we're heading into the finish now. A second KOD, this time on the inside on Becky. And she takes the pin. Bianca Belair retains the Raw Women's Championship in the opening match of SummerSlam. I don't think this was quite as good as their WrestleMania match, but still a solid entry. If I'm Meltzer, I'm giving it 3.5. a nice finish to the feud. Not so much luck involved. I mean, kicking out of the manhandle slam was telling for Bianca. Having kicked out of that, there's not really anything Becky can do to her anymore. She can't go much further than that. Moving quickly after the Spanish fly. Interesting to see, Becky actually got caught. Her ankles got caught on the ropes a little bit to slow down the momentum, but they still completed the Spanish fly nicely. The second KOD finishing the job. Becky Lynch finishing with a lot of ladders in those tights. She's not going to be happy with that. Much as expected. Just another pretty good match. Becky Lynch's recovery incomplete. Her meltdown will continue. Maybe she has to deal with a few ghosts from the past, or maybe we're about to see a handshake. Becky Lynch approaching, offering a hand. I think this time, it might be the right call. Also, Becky offering her left hand. The fact that it's her left hand does suggest she's going to attack. Becky Lynch is right-handed. Giving her a hug. Now there's still time. Music's kicked in. That is the beginning of a Becky Lynch face turn. Now why would there be a Becky Lynch face turn? Away she goes through the crowd, vanquished. Right. Connor says beautiful Spanish fly. Absolutely. Thomas says decent match that. I agree. Larry says I give it 3.5 as well, but out of 7 to be controversial. Ooh, controversy. Simon says your thoughts on Meltzer's star rating system. It's his opinion. He's entitled to it. I disagree quite a lot, but it is what it is. Thomas says 1-1 between me and you. I believe we recognise this particular piece of music. Bayley has returned at WWE Summerslam with a hell of a lot of pockets. In all white. And the fact that she's stepping out to Bianca Belair and Becky Lynch has just turned face suggests this might not be a warm welcome. I like that she's saying this place has missed me. We have. They're gonna have to be clever with this. They're gonna have to be clever. Undoubtedly, she's going to be established as a heel here, but that doesn't mean the crowd are going to go for that. That's a thumbs down. I think we're seeing heel. What this does suggest as well is that Bianca Belair's next feud has already been set. Thomas Phipps, as regards Becky Lynch, said that's a face turn, definitely. And then we get into the reaction to Bayley. Oh look, there's someone else coming. Dakota Kai has returned to the WWE. Alongside Bayley. Straight to the main roster, no return to NXT. Dakota Kai is here. For regular listeners to Nick and Tom's Intercontinental Adventure, by the way, can I just say, called it. And in fact, if you watched on Friday, spoiler warning, called it. Now Bayley did just say, don't worry about it, she just wants to talk. Will there be anyone else? Because I think Bianca Belair might be in a little trouble. Anyone else? someone else. Io Shirai has reached the main roster. With a new contract, by the by. Joining the team of Dakota Kai and Bayley. All I'm going to say is Raw's in a bit of trouble. Wow. Connor says, Larry being controversial. Oh no, he said something I don't like. I must insult him on all social medias. Hector says, Bayley's outfit looks so damn good. Eric says, I predict Liv wins after Naomi returns. Interesting. Megan said she's back in front of a crowd again. I'm so happy. Jason says, holy shit. Saya says, well, Tom, you called it. Hector says, holy shit. Jason says, Dakota Kai. Ed says, holy shit. KJ says, Triple H got his girls back. Thomas says, oh my god. Megan says, I seriously want to cry right now. Connor says, oh, MFG. Saya says, this is a Triple H statement. Jason says they keep coming. Thomas says, WTF, I'm all in on Triple H's WWE. Eric says, what was her indie name for Dakota Kai? It was Evie. Thomas Phipps says, EO. KJ just says, ooh. He may have missed an I there. Thomas says, please. Connor says, EO. KJ says, women's division is back. Megan says, Bayley, Dakota, and EO. Hector says, Triple H swinging for the fences. Ed says, wait, what? And Jason says, the Triple H era has begun. Thomas says, WTF, yes. Sai says, they just reset the women's division. Connor saying, women's division becoming stacked. Oh, look. Becky and Bayley in a ring together. Thomas says, I feel sorry for AEW. Jason saying, business is picking up. Sai asking the question, is Becky still out there? Yes, she is. Brandon says, hello, what a time to join the stream. Ed says, I wonder what Big Dave is going to say. Rumours of EO's demise have been exaggerated. They really have. Sean says, Dakota is back and EO is called up. Very excited. Connor says, is this a women's faction or just them all hating Bianca and just a temporary alliance? It's a women's faction. I don't feel I can guarantee that Becky's not a part of it. I don't feel I can guarantee that Becky's not a part of it. Just the colours of the hair is enough for me to be interested in this. Sean says Dakota is back and EO is called up. Connor says, is this... I've already read that one. KJ says main roster women's division is back. Megan says, I think this is a faction. And if it is, I'm all for it. Hector says, and this is still the opening segment. I'm locked into this pay-per-view and everything Triple H does. It's a solid start, isn't it? A solid start. And of course, this seems like a perfect opportunity to pop over to the spoiler warning that we had on Friday. Just grab it. Just grab it. Post it on Twitter. And point out some of the things that we may have discussed as regards that show. If you're a regular spoiler warning viewer, you may have had some spoilers for the return of Bayley, Io Shirai, and Dakota Kai. Check out the below video if you didn't already know. Also may explain why certain people were so touchy when they were told that me, Tom Colohue, may have been ahead of the curve for the Bayley stuff. Jason says, I'm just going to say that, Tom. Becky's going to be in the middle of that. If she could, that would be the faction to end all, as they were. Connor says, would love Liv to come to even the odds if they brawled. Well, that would be a completely different brand. Liv sort of has her own problems to deal with. Ed says, are they calling her Io Sky? I didn't hear that personally. It may have just been a mispronunciation. And Thomas says, could this be the best SummerSlam? Does definitely have potential. It's certainly changed the feel about the place, hasn't it? Justin says, there goes my Alexa heel turn. Alexa may get dragged into this, to be fair. Megan says, is this the best opening we've had to a 2022 WWE show? I think it's a very good start, isn't it? A very good start indeed. We have a brand new WWE faction in the women's division on Raw. Bayley leading a team including Dakota Kai, who returns to the company, and Io Shirai. Jason says, love a good women's faction. Triple H, by the way, did reach out to Dakota Kai a few days ago, not long after getting into Power, had a conversation with Nick Khan, basically said, yeah, we'll pay her this much, but she's going to be on the main roster, so it'll be worth it. Nick Khan said, yeah, sounds good to me. Nick Khan agreed, Dakota Kai wanted it, Triple H wanted it, pitched a plan that would involve Dakota Kai definitely earning the bucks, as it were, and Bayley was a huge part of that as well. Jason says, love a good women's faction. Hector said, here's the real question, Tom. Didn't Nick Khan release Dakota? Triple H is really good at negotiating and convincing Nick and Stephanie that certain people should come back. He is, and a large part of that is not overdoing it. You know, you've got to know your limits when it comes to stuff like this. You have to know your limits and knowing what you can do. Up next, Logan Paul versus The Miz, trying to draw in those younger viewers. Justin says, will she stay on Twitch though? Well, she was advertising a show earlier on today on Twitch, to my knowledge. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out. I think it may be a little while, but I do think negotiations are ongoing. Right. The Raw Women's Division is dominant with the return of Bayley, Dakota Kai, and Io Shirai. Triple H is already working wonders with this roster, and indeed with Nick Khan. Easy. Oh, Bray Wyatt is trending. Of course Bray Wyatt is trending. A lot of people are undoubtedly going to be thinking this is somehow connected to it. Thomas says, does this mean that more free agents could be on the cards? Yep. Yep, definitely. Sean says, will we see Charlotte tonight during Ronda's match? That seems most likely at this point. So I said, interested in the reaction this match and Logan Paul gets. I think it's going to be global boos. Global boos. But I think after what's just happened, maybe Triple H does deserve a bit of the benefit of the doubt. Joey says, I'm so happy Dakota and Io are back. Same. Jaden says, hey Tom. Welcome, Jaden. And Raymond says, Triple H fingerprints are already all over this event. That was the most Triple H segment it could possibly be. Here's Bayley, a return you all wanted, and here's two people with her that are going to change the game. Traffic says, wouldn't love a Ciampa turn here from Miz to hopefully put him out on his own. I would love a Ciampa turn and not have him be Miz's lackey. I think he will get a lot more airtime as Miz's lackey, and I don't think it's really a turn on someone if you've been involved with them for about 2 weeks. Thomas says, could Gargano come out to help Logan Paul from Ciampa? I think AJ Styles is more likely to be the equalizer when it comes to Ciampa. Ciampa walks out first, ahead of Maurice and The Miz. Just a fun collection of people there. Connor says, that was so Triple H it became quadruple H. It was basically H to the power of H there. You don't get much stronger. Miz rocking the green, and how green it is. Maurice, of course, carrying massive balls around. Nearly fell over there as well. Jada says the whole Ciampa Miz thing doesn't feel right. It doesn't. It's a last minute pair up just trying to give Ciampa something to do. He wasn't supposed to be involved in this match, but that was a change that Triple H made for Raw. Hector says, say what you will about Logan Paul, but good on him for completely changing after the Japan fiasco. Not only becoming a millionaire and businessman, now being on SummerSlam and previously Mania. To be completely blunt, that Japan fiasco kind of made his career. Raymond says Miz looks like a giant praying mantis. I can't disagree with that statement. I'd like to disagree with that statement. I physically cannot disagree with that statement. Thomas says I've got Logan Paul here, but who have you got again, Tom? Logan Paul. I think it's going to be a little bit overbooked, but I do think we're going to end it with Logan Paul winning. That's a boo. It's not the strongest boo we've had, but it's a boo. A lot of people rushing to see the guy, though. Really excitable kids. It's interesting hearing so many people boo and then people at the same time going, ah, yeah, hit my hand, hit my hand. KJ says Ciampa looks like a superstar in that green. I'm still, my favourite Ciampa moment is still walking out with no music to chant the fuck you, Ciampa. That was a world beater. Brandon says, are we going to see Seth Rollins tonight? Yeah, probably. He's there and he has his wrestling gear. Hector excited that Maurice has a balls purse. Technically 2 purses for 2 balls. Justin says Raw Women's Division is stacked. SmackDown Women's Division is pretty bad after top 3 or 4. Agreed, but this is why Liv Morgan had to move across there, of course. KJ says at Survivor Series, Nick Khan versus Triple H. Nope, they're working together. Kevin says, you're right, Tom, 4 horsewomen's era is going to be over. Well, it looks like Becky's going to be getting involved against Bayley here. So while Bianca's certainly going to be involved, it may be a while before anyone's a champion. That's what I'm talking about when it comes to the horsewomen era being over. It's about those champions. Simon Sasha didn't come back with Bayley because Sasha didn't want to come back. Thomas Phipps says heel NXT Ciampa was next level. It was indeed, though it's hard to define Ciampa's character in NXT beyond didn't like Johnny Gargano. The only characteristic I really knew. Connor says I also have Logan for this match. Let's see how it plays out. At this point, Logan Paul has a tough job ahead of him. He has to impress people here. He has to show people what we can do, what he can do. Simon, no comment. I spoke at length on Friday about Dakota Kai. Quite a bit of length. Now, Io, I can't sit here and say I knew about Io, but I did say negotiations were ongoing. Like Dave Meltzer saying she was leaving, that wasn't true. That wasn't true. We've seen further evidence of it now. It wasn't true. And I said that at the time, that it was not true. So I certainly had news on both. I didn't have the whole picture, but I had news. KJ says I kind of thought Banks and Naomi would side with Bianca. Could also work and could also be what happened. I was very surprised to see Becky there, I say that. Connor has The Miz. Also says I think if he really wants to be a face, he needs to lose by heel tactics. Yeah, that makes sense. Makes perfect sense. We may have had boos, but the crowd are watching this intently. People are invested in this. It's not a pee break match by any stretch of the imagination. I do think they need to keep it at most about 10 minutes. They need to not overstay their welcome, but Logan Paul does need some time to prove that he can do this. The crowd care. The crowd care. Sean says, is Liv retaining tonight and who could Becky and Bianca get to team with them? At the moment, I don't think they should get anyone to team with them, to be completely honest. But there are some options. Alexa Bliss being one of them, Asuka being another. Imagine for a moment, Becky Lynch, Bianca Belair and Asuka. Oh. No, I need to tweet that. That's a tweeter. Definitely need to. Lovely leapfrogs there. And a splits. Imagine for a moment, Asuka, Becky Lynch and Bianca Belair versus Bayley, Dakota Kai and Io Shirai. That's all I'm going to say. Just imagine it for a moment. Logan Paul is changing some minds here. Standing moonsault from the apron onto The Miz. Good catch from The Miz, even though Logan Paul, I think, still had a good landing regardless. People are interested to see what Logan Paul can do. They might hate him, they might boo him, but people are interested. Hector says, just think about this. Within the first 2 segments, there have been 3 former NXT Black and Gold featured. I feel like this may continue, and I'm here for it. Well, to be fair, most of the Black and Gold are now on the main roster. So, that's always going to happen. Raymond says Logan's as green as grass, but his athleticism and charisma could pull him through. That seems to be what's happening. He hasn't taped his wrists And that's not a good sign for me. Like, you should know better there. Oh, he's also putting a bit too much force behind his kicks. You're just supposed to place your foot there. You're not supposed to actually kick. Connor says, Asuka, Becky, Bianca could be fire. Sean says, surprised Nick Khan agreed to rehire Dakota. When it comes to the cost-benefit analysis, Triple H made him a good deal. It's that simple. Andrew says, my weekend has gone even better. Io, Bayley, Dakota are back. Triple H is a GOAT. Edge returns tonight. Maybe a few more surprise appearances. Apparently Michelle McCool and her daughter are in the front row. Yeah, we're going to see something from The Undertaker tonight to advertise his one-man show, though it won't be any sort of actual wrestling match. KJ says, Ronda, Tamina and Natalya. Most women in WWE from NXT. Fair. Joey says, I'm so excited to see what the women's division can be under Triple H. It's certainly started well. Ciampa also working against Logan Paul. Standard. Simon asks, is AJ Styles helping Logan to counteract Ciampa? Okay, you're asking for me to spoil the result of the match there, Simon. We're currently watching it. You'll find out in a couple of minutes. Sean says, is Liv Morgan returning her title against Ronda? I'm not going to spoil the result of the match. Okay? I'm not going to do that. I've told everyone my opinion and my predictions. Joey said this show has Triple H written all over it. It does. It absolutely does. Sean, you're putting a bit too much force behind your questions there, mate. You keep going. I'm going to get mad. Megan says, is it too much to wonder if we get a similar call-up return moment after Ronda versus Liv? I think it might be slightly too much. I don't think... of those potentially being called up, there's only really Toxic Attraction that it could be at this point. So I don't think we're going to get that. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, Simon, that's not a news report. This show is going to be newsworthy. That's not a news report. Wiggly says, does this mean Io has been promoted? She has. And won't be leaving. She won't. If so, I'm very happy about it. Yep, there were already discussions happening when Dave Meltzer made his report that she'd be leaving about how to use her next. They'd been waiting a long time to get her on the main roster, but with a few injuries and a few issues, they'd been waiting to make it official. That was a lovely blockbuster. Tell you what we can say about Logan Paul. He's very crisp. He's very crisp offense, and I'm very happy about that. Bailey says, Triple H posted on Twitter, and we're just getting started. The show has just begun. Logan Paul should have let go there. That was a bit of an issue. Should have let go on that one, but held on a bit too long. Eric says, here's my thinking. Liv retains after Mandy Rose returns. Why? Like, the Bayley thing made sense. She's there because of her issues with Bianca Belair. That when she became injured, Bianca Belair was the person she was feuding with, and that match never got to happen. So it makes sense to have her as the next opponent. Her backup doesn't entirely make sense, but it's not really a big issue to have backup. Logan Paul is showing a bit of greenness now. Miz is taking a bit of a beating out there. Logan Paul owes him a couple of apologies after this one. Whereas Toxic Attraction doesn't really make much sense, but Charlotte Flair definitely does. As much as I would love to see some new people involved, I don't want it to be a case that, it's a match between Roman Reigns and Brock Lesnar. Now's the perfect time for Grayson Waller to debut. It's not. It's not. Raymond says Logan needs to work on his selling, but he's doing better than I thought he would. He is still clearly green. There is still work to do. Couple of stiff hits, I'll say that. But Miz is still working as hard as he can to make it work. KJ says, so Bayley, Io and Kai, two of them can tag, and maybe that's the start of bringing back tag titles. Maybe. Works for me. Sean says, who does Edge go after tonight? Finn. And Megan says, I think this show might be memorable for good reasons. I hope so. It certainly started strong. KJ says, Vince is probably at home. Oh, what the fuck is this? But it's such good shit. He's enjoying it. I guarantee he will be watching. Hector says, I know WWE doesn't really do the heel versus heel, but naturally I think there needs to be a Miz Ciampa feud. I'm done with feuds, just ending without a conclusion. Plus let Miz and Ciampa go 30 and we have something. There is no need to do that anywhere close to being now. It's way too early. Let's at least establish Ciampa as a main roster talent first. Nice crossbody. The landing wasn't perfect by The Miz. Standing moonsault again. Beautiful rotation. He is crisp as anything. KJ says, new head of creative, you'll probably get what you want. At least at first, yes. Logan Paul didn't quite get the sideways early as he should. He turned in mid-air rather than turning with the jump. Caused a bit of an issue. Simon, they've not even had a football match yet. I'm not going to speculate on firings. Megan says, I think lots of call-ups are coming, but I reckon most of them are being kept for the draft, which I hope is next month. The draft is soon. Is Ciampa going to get sent out? Ciampa has been evicted. Tommaso Ciampa has been evicted from the match and sent to the back. It's still not quite one-on-one. You've still got Maurice there. Also, Ciampa seems to just be refusing to go. He's just refusing to go. He's grabbing a chair. Still refusing to go. Oh, he's planting his chair and he's staying. And here comes AJ Styles. Tommaso Ciampa will be evicted by force if necessary. Ciampa's ready for him. Maurice is running away very quickly. And I guess I'd say Styles is probably coming through the crowd, and he was. Phenomenal forearm from the barricade. Eric says people seem to forget that Logan is an amateur wrestler. He does have some experience of this. Again, Simon, stop asking me about people getting fired. Zai says they must have known a figure 4 in Nashville this weekend is a heel move. No. Logan Paul's the face here. Logan Paul is very much the face. Jaden says, do you think Bayley and her faction are going to be heel? Yes, they are. Wiggly says, prediction for the Euro finals then. Hopefully the women go one further than the men did last year. Yeah, that's exactly what I think it's going to be. The women have been getting closer and closer year on year. So I definitely see that moment coming. Logan Paul with, they're calling it a phenomenal forearm. I think it's more a leaping clothesline Seth style, but not great. KJ says, don't see much call-ups right now. They have a lot of guys they need to establish and Kai isn't a call-up. Also, Io, according to Meltzer, said she wanted a main roster spot. Her contract could have been up for all we know. Her contract was coming to an end. Negotiations were ongoing, but she wasn't planning on leaving. Megan says there's no confirmation yet which show Bayley, Io and Dakota will be on. WWE hasn't updated their roster page. Interesting. Imagine if they did go to SmackDown instead. Could be very interesting. Wiggly says, kicking myself for giving my tickets away, but I chose to go to the Commonwealth Games instead. Also didn't think England would play so well / get to the final. The women's team for England has been this good for a long time. Megan says, AJ versus Ciampa. I'll take that. Certainly be a good introduction. Sai also says, I'm so ready for AJ and Ciampa. Logan Paul's getting an okay pop from the crowd for rolling The Miz onto a table. Interesting if Logan Paul is permitted to be doing this, but I think he may be about to go through this table. Maurice is providing distraction. Not distraction enough, I don't think. The Miz is ready to move. And he didn't. Logan Paul hit it. He bounced off of The Miz and then sort of landed a little higher up on The Miz. So The Miz's head is definitely hurting right now. Definitely hurting right now. If this ends up being a double count out, I'll be the maddest. I'll be the maddest. Raven says AJ versus Ciampa on Raw for Monday. Thomas says Ciampa versus AJ. Yes, just yes. Ed says, wait, we're going to get AJ versus Daddy Ciampa feud now. Yes, please. Wiggly says, I think also the women have been more convincing in their performances and haven't had to rely on the look of the draw, whereas the England men, let's be honest, had two favourable draws at the 2018 World Cup and Euros and blew it. Doubt they would be so lucky in Qatar. Yeah, also, they're going to struggle because it's going to be sweaty as hell. KJ says, WWE never updates the roster page unless they fire people. It's true, it's true. Hector says, it does my heart good that Meltzer was wrong about EO in a way. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I mean, she made it quite clear that he was wrong. That's a pretty big pop for the Skull Crushing finale. And a big pop for Logan Paul winning the match. Again, didn't outstay his welcome, which is important at the moment. The crowd's still hot from the earlier segment with the women. If he doesn't over-celebrate now, we're laughing. Why has he had a bottle thrown in the ring? He's just throwing some water around. I don't know why that's going. J-Dub says, WWE tweeted a photo of Bayley and team. Triple H retweeted and said, we're just getting started. There is a rebuild coming. There's a reason I said we're going to see the big changes around draft time. There is a reason for that. Joey says, wow, that spot was awesome. Jane says, I literally just woke up to look what happened and then I see Bayley just returned. It's 2:45 here. Bayley has indeed returned. Wiggly says, strangely enough, I had a bizarre dream the other night where I was in Qatar for the World Cup and England lost to Iran, lost 2-1 to the USA and were eliminated at the group stage. Yep, fair enough. I don't think that's that surprising. KJ says, well, Logan, that was great. Logan Paul definitely over-delivered there. There was a couple of botches, a couple of stiff hits, but his athleticism cannot be questioned. Megan says, as much as I think Logan Paul's an absolute prick, and I'm absolutely in agreement with you, have to give him his props for this match. Raymond says, Haley and crew could be on Raw until the draft. Bayley. Triple H using his platform to get their feet in the door. That makes sense to me. Push them a little bit on Raw, give them the opportunities against Bianca, and then move them across to SmackDown. Works for me. Connor says, Bayley's faction goes SmackDown. Liv, Charlotte, and Ronda team up because that's realistic. Yep, as realistic as a lot of ideas we get in this chat. KJ says, Logan Paul the new Shane. Austin Theory is the new Shane. Larry says, Commonwealth Games has been brilliant. Loving the netball and lawn bowls. Scotland versus Canada in the men's pair lawn bowls was a hell of a game. Eric says, I have two massive issues with AEW. My biggest one is that the women seem to always be the snack break match. KJ says, star-making performance. And Megan says, I had Miz cheating to win, so I got that wrong. Wiggly says, coincidentally, one of the athletes I am looking after at the game said to me how he was shocked England blew their chances. The fact they're about to be relegated from the Nations League shows they will struggle at the World Cup, and I hate to say it, but I think they will. It's not a good team. It's not a good team. Players like Jordan Henderson and Harry Kane are aging. Connor says, Tom, that is prime hydration. Logan Paul and KSI's drink. Thomas Phipps also says much the same. Connor says, you could see Miz slowly moving closer to Logan. Amazing worker. Yep. The Miz did everything that he possibly could for Logan Paul there. And I think they delivered. Ed says, if you wanted to know if things would be different under Triple H, this last hour should be all you need. And in many ways, also the first hour. Raymond says, not a 5-star match, but a solid performance for Logan. Yep, a solid performance. It's enough to get us started. Logan Paul has signed a deal. We're going to see more of him. All he needed to do was show what he could do at this point. Larry says, I was expecting Logan Paul to do a few good moves, few flips, etc., but I was really impressed by how well Logan took Miz's moves and played them well. Yep. The blockbuster in particular was quite impressive for me, and quite a lot of moonsaults and backflips. Hector says it wasn't clean by any means, but Logan put on a performance for sure. Excited to see him progress, and especially see his next feud. He is still clearly green, but it's also working in a good positive manner. He's with the right people. Wiggly says, coincidentally, if anyone is in Birmingham for the games, otherwise let me know. Be good to meet the other Colohue and Attics. Colohue and Attics, like it. Jaden says, we can already see the changes with Vince. We would have never gotten this. Yeah, as I said about Bayley, they were just waiting for the right storyline to bring her back. The moment came. The people were right there. I've been saying that about Bayley for a while now. And also when it comes to Dakota Kai, the first name I mentioned on Friday when talking about people that Triple H could bring back. Dakota Kai right there. Of course, with Io Shirai, I also mentioned that the news from Dave Meltzer that she was leaving was not true. So while I didn't exactly sit here and say these three are going to be coming in a faction, certainly there was plenty of news along the way. KJ says Paul banged Miz up a lot, to be fair, and he did. That is fair. The Miz definitely took a good few hits, and Logan Paul owes him a few apologies. We have Triple M backstage. Is this going to be a Pulse advertisement? This is going to be a Pulse advertisement, isn't it? They've been handed pure life water. Not Pulse, Pride. Oh God, what? Okay, they are literally doing a commercial in typical model style. This is so Zoolander, I love it. Who doesn't want hydrated skin? Right you are, Mansoir. Look at that, they're having a water fight. This must have been so fun to film. Max Dupree just loving the fact that he exists at this point. Lovely little segment. Really quite enjoyed that. Wiggly says, I'm volunteering for the ceremonies. Will also be the gymnastics, cricket and athletics. I hope you have a great time, mate. Thomas says 2-2 between me and you, Tom. We have the same but for one, and that's McAfee versus Corbin, isn't it? So that'll be our decider. Joey says Logan Paul looked amazing in this match. He really put in the work. He did. Jacob says, I'd like for Brock Lesnar to get his hands on the Money in the Bank case for one reason only, to use it as a boom box once again. Justin says 2 matches in, I'll give Triple H a A-star, well, A++ so far. Well, good start. KJ says Peter Insider said EO's new name is EO Sky. If that's the fact, then I don't think we can blame Vince for changing names anymore, because that sucks. Jaden says, what direction is Bayley going to go with her faction? Depends what you mean by direction. She's going to be a heel. Say that. Wiggly says, silly question, but how and why does WWE decide which wrestlers get a Signature Series belt? There's a few superstars who I think should get one. Ray, Beth Phoenix, maybe a Bulldog, Union Jack IC title. Which ones they think will sell the most? That's it. That's all it is. The reason they had the Fiend belt is because they felt that it would sell a lot. And it sold okay. Didn't sell a lot, but it sold okay. Sold okay. Justin says, I guess Alexa is not next in line for Bianca. Not at this point. I feel after the draft she'll be competing for championships, but at the moment not so much. A push is coming for Alexa. I'll say that, and I'll say it again. But right now, she's not the ideal person. I mean, Bayley's right there. Connor says, you mean Dave Meltzer was wrong again? No, never. Would never think that. Wiggly says, Tom Colohue is on with the latest news. Thank you, Wiggly. KJ says, Bayley always teases a faction on Twitter. Well, it's paid off. Jadeb says, I'd be okay if this story with Triple M just disappeared and Eli Drake showed up. I'm very happy with this. I really like Triple M. It works for me. Jaden is excited for Toxic Attraction versus Bayley's faction. Thomas Phipps says, as regards the Triple M segment, well, this is rated R. Jaden said, what's the faction's name going to be? Great question. Hector says, does this titillate your juices, Tom? My juices are firmly titillated, Hector. I appreciate you asking about my juices. It's important that we let that out. Interesting, Wiggly. Connor says, surely this doesn't fit PG rating. Reckon we're okay for now. I mean, after all, they're very sexy men, but that's not necessarily TV-14. Megan says, this is hilarious and I need to see the outtakes right the hell now. Justin, okay. Wiggly says, also met Mark Cavendish and Geraint Thomas, have pics with them, and shook hands with Duran. Duran, they're not a huge fan of their name. EO Sky, why can't they pronounce Shirai? It does sound like they're basically making her name easier for an American audience to understand. I don't think the American audience was failing to understand it. Austin Theory is on his way down to the ring. He has the next match for the United States Championship against Bobby Lashley. Expect a big cheer for Bobby Lashley tonight. And this also is a big help in ensuring that the Judgment Day match is going to be at night, because it's getting darker at this stadium. Also, some pretty dark clouds too. Sai says, there are 1,000 reasons why I can't believe that ad aired. That kind of product placement isn't even legal in the UK. Jaden says, no Charlotte. I predicted that it was going to be Bayley instead of Charlotte. Well, you guessed. Yes. I did already explain exactly what was going on with Bayley. And you say no Charlotte. We're an hour into the show, mate. Wait for it. Raymond says, do you see similarities between Logan, Miz and Corbin, McAfee? Yes, in so much as one is a celebrity and one is not. But that is the end of the similarities that I see. I know Thomas Phipps, this has been brought in quite a lot. Jaden says, we can't see Bayley lose a title match. We can. We can see anyone lose a title match. Literally anyone. We can see anything. The idea that somebody can't afford a loss is ridiculous when you look at Seth Rollins right now. Eric says, random question, but if you get to keep the briefcase, if you win Money in the Bank, is there a follow-up there, Eric? I'm not sure what you're saying. Wiggly says, titillating juices. Gosh, this chat is getting dirty. It's not our fault. It's not our fault. Wiggly says, as long as they don't chant what at her. Well, no, because Bayley will be doing the talking. Larry says, remember, in Infinite Multiverse, Meltzer is 100% right about everything somewhere. Man's a genius. Connor says, can't lie, A-Town Down always gets me singing along. There are some good themes out there. I don't really know that one, but I don't hate it. Hector says, do you expect Lesnar to go away a bit after SummerSlam? I'd love to see Brock pivot to Drew. That could be a good time for sure. I don't expect him to go away completely. I don't think he'll be at the UK show though. So we'll see how it goes after that. Thomas says, have we seen the Judgment Day entrance with Balor yet? No, because the match hasn't happened yet. Sai, thank you kindly with a super chat. Says, I've no idea how you monitor this chat, your emails, tweets and TV all at once. This chat, the spoiler warning explosion and this community are huge. It is indeed, Sai. I try my best. There will eventually come a time where I have to make certain sacrifices. Emails are difficult. There's a lot of DMs and messages that I get, about wrestling information that I can't actually read and host a show, which is quite often why if I'm watching if I'm doing a watch party or having a show like this, I'll be receiving news as it happens. I just can't share it. Thank you very much for the donation, Si. I really appreciate it. Wiggly says, random question. People kept going on about John Cena doing a heel turn, but wasn't the Doctor of Thugonomics essentially a heel? It wasn't essentially a heel, it was a heel. The Doctor of Thugonomics was a heel through and through. It wasn't until he won the championship that he actually properly turned face. The fans turned him and then abandoned him shortly afterwards. Eric says, do you get to keep the briefcase if you win Money in the Bank? Right. Do you mean, like, for example, when you win a championship, you get to keep a version of the championship for your personal use? Like, I know Sheamus has a collection and there's a spot there for the Intercontinental Championship. That is not the case. Briefcase, not the case. It's not the case. You don't get to keep the briefcase. Once it's been used, it's been used. Austin Theory attacking Bobby Lashley from behind with the Money in the Bank briefcase to start this match off. That may be the leveler he requires to actually have a chance against Bobby Lashley. I still don't think he has a chance against Bobby Lashley. Jared said, is the show 3 hours, Tom? Really doesn't seem enough for 6 more matches of a half-hour main event. Very, very true. Very true. SummerSlam may well go to 4 hours because it's SummerSlam. I'm not aware of the schedule. I can't check it now because that would mean cancelling the stream. So that might not work out in that regard. But with the matches we've had so far, it does seem like we're going to get a half-hour segment per match. So logically, we're going 4 hours. Wiggly says, I just realised a shocking fact. The Rock never won a WWE World Heavyweight Championship title match at WrestleMania. He did not. He won a lot of matches at Backlash, I'll say that. Raymond enjoyed the pyro. Thomas says, sorry Tom, meant have we seen it since Balor joined, as I can't recall what it looks like. I believe so. I can't recall it myself, but I believe so. KJ says his entrance started halfway down the ramp. It's a long ramp, mate. It's a long ramp. You do what you can. Wiggly says, I still got a stack of my old wrestling magazines from back in the day before Twitch was a thing. Twitch is still fairly recent in the grand scheme of things, to be fair. Hector says, I love how even as a mid-card champ, Bobby is still perceived to us a big deal to the crowd and us at home. His second run was easily surpassed his original for sure. No question whatsoever. He was being pushed in the first one stronger. I think the best thing about his return was that it started off pretty understated. They didn't over-push him. Oh, I love a good spinebuster. Love a good spinebuster. Wiggly says it looks like a good quality briefcase. It does the job. It takes a beating. I've also never used a briefcase. I'm not that posh. Raymond says anything Theory can do to get heat, good for him, and he does it magnificently. And Wiggly says, do you think there's a market for old WCW magazines? Yeah. Yeah. Simon says, Tom, your favourite Rock versus Triple H match? Mine is the Rock versus Triple H at Backlash 2000, Austin returning. Mine is shortly afterwards, not involving Steve Austin, versus Triple H at Judgment Day, the Iron Man match. I really enjoyed that one. I really enjoyed that it was nothing like the previous Iron Man match between Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels. I really enjoyed that moment when Triple H lost a fall because he cheated, hitting The Rock with a chair, and then won the next fall because The Rock was unconscious because he just got hit with a chair. That was clever. I enjoy stuff like that. I enjoy clever wrestlers, and that was a large part of it. Wiggly says, nothing posh about briefcases. They hurt your wrists. Backpacks are better. Sean says, Peter Insider confirmed Io Shirai's name change as Io Sky. Yep, that still sucks. Larry says, I remember that following American wrestling via magazine articles, VHS tapes of pay-per-views and the crap coverage given by the big wrestling companies' international shows. I don't. I only really started following wrestling in the Attitude Era, and even then I was way behind the times anyway. I was a kid, I wasn't following it religiously. When I started properly watching in 2014, I already had all of these options available to me. Eric Douglas says, how did you get into wrestling journalism? A few different ways. I was a wrestling fan for a long time, but in January 2017 I decided I wanted to write about it because I'm a writer by trade. Messaged Wade Keller at PW Torch directly and he said, yeah, I'll give you a go. So I started writing about it. After that, I started going to local wrestling shows, getting to know wrestlers who would appear there, such as, for example, Matt Hardy, Kevin Owens, AJ Styles, meeting some of the wrestlers there. The fact that I was working for PW Torch meant that I got a certain amount of backstage access, meaning that I could meet a few people, make some connections, and see how things went. And that essentially has led us right here. Wiggly says, Io Sky, that's terrible. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Megan says, I'm not going to believe the name change until Io changes her social media handles. Fair. Fair. Maybe Meltzer will try and say, Io Sky is here, not Io Shirai. Io Shirai left, like I said. Austin Theory did not rotate as much as he was looking for, though. Bobby, running power slam Braun Strowman style. Bobby Lashley typically has a bit of a Goldberg about him, whereas his wrestling matches don't last too long. I wouldn't have any issue with that happening at this point too. Hector says, where do you see Bobby going from here, assuming he picks up the win? A wild card that I'd like to see is Mustafa Ali be the next challenger. Interesting. I don't see it. I'm not sure who his next challenger will be. Logically, it should be someone like Seth or Kevin Owens. Someone like a Seth or a Kevin Owens would be perfect for Bobby Lashley. Austin Theory already tapping out to the Hurt Lock. A nice brief match. Bobby Lashley retains. In style. Austin Theory really made him look fantastic there with the jump into the press. And then the drop straight into the Hurt Lock. I do think Bobby Lashley versus someone like Kevin Owens is logically a next step. Seth might be needed in that spot as well. There's not many top-level heels there. I do think Baron Corbin's going to be moving to Raw to work with Lashley in the near future as well. Simon is asking my favourite Big Show of the match. The one on Raw where he chokeslammed Undertaker through the ring. That was pretty cool. Megan says, I wouldn't be mad if we got Lashley versus Ali for a bit. KJ enjoys the idea of Bobby versus KO. Thomas says it is free, and it is indeed still free. So far, Thomas, every single prediction we've made, we've got it right. Wiggly says, I predict Theory will attempt to cash in tonight and lose. That was a plan when Vince was in charge. Jacob says, Tom, can you tell me why WWE insists on changing wrestler names? I can see changing when they first come in, but why after they've been there and somewhat established? It's a great question. I wish I knew the answer. I really do. Wiggly says, I also think Brock and Roman will shake hands. You heard it here first. Really? Connor says, Theory tapping out quickly is smart. Makes it seem like he's fresher to cash in. He may have some long-term planning there. I love that Lashley keeps doing the whole fisting thing. Great fister. Megan says the next match is a halfway point. I think this might be the perfect time for some Judgment Day then. This also might be a great time for the Usos versus the Street Profits. After all, we haven't heard much mention of that. KJ says, did you see the Bobby Taunton the fans did the arm gesture with him? Is over. His work of Omos and his work of Austin Theory is getting him over in a big way. Getting him over in a big way. He is considered one of the top faces on Raw. I think Seth needs to start working with this guy to get him to that next level. Shadow Ron Welcome says, what was the first and second match of the night? Becky Lynch versus Bianca Belair and The Miz versus Logan Paul. Raymond says, I'm not feeling the Fiend return. I hope I'm wrong though. He's not coming back. He's not coming back. KJ says, I like how the fans did the fist bump too. Eric says, when is Liv Ronda? Second to last. Hector says, Theory constantly losing and looking like a fool could make him catching in and winning that more unbelievable. I like where this is headed. It's starting to feel like we're going to get something similar to a Miz cash-in, where people were just like, anyone but Miz. They hated the guy. Theory is perfect for that spot. Absolutely perfect. And I'm very excited for it. As we're in a bit of a lull, can I just say, if you're currently watching this on YouTube, please do remember to hit like if you are able to. A little thumbs up can make a massive difference. And of course, if you haven't already done so, please remember to subscribe. Judgment Day are making their entrance. There is a 3D graphic that is bad ass. Oh, everything about this is magnificent. KJ says if Bobby can stay over as he is now, once Randy and Cody get back, that'll be great. By the time they come back, they'll probably be moved in the draft. Possibly, not guaranteed. I'd still like to see Lashley on SmackDown. Rhea Ripley in the middle of Judgment Day is very telling about how they see her. Rhea has been cleared, J-Dub. Rhea's been cleared. And the fact that this is no disqualification is very telling. Rhea Ripley standing in the middle of Judgment Day is so telling about how they view her future. This is such a great stable. Sai says, I don't want the Fiend. I want a new caring, sharing character called The Friend. Doesn't have matches, just cuddles people. I wouldn't hate it. I mean, I would, but I wouldn't. Eric said, why would they do Ali? Sorry, I'm not sure. Not sure who you're referring to in the first one. Raymond just shouts, Judgment Day. Megan says the name change to Io Sky is official. She has a new shirt on WWE Shop. Well, there we go then. Thomas Phipps says Money in the Bank is best in a heel's hand. Completely agree. Megan says holy hotness, Batman, Judgment Day all looking fine as hell. Thomas says that graphic is badass. Wiggly says I still don't get the name change, but I'm glad she's in the main roster finally. Agreed. There's a future. And that's the most important thing. I like that Judgment Day are still in mid-intro when the recap is finished. Eric says, I thought Rhea would have been next. Audible called. Audible called. But it looks like Beth Phoenix is going to be in Rhea's future. Hector says, Edge return incoming. I hope they do something cool where they show the Titantron start cycling through Edge's previous themes till it stops at his new one, pending he has a new one. He has a different one. It's new to us, and I'm looking forward to it. Sai says either they're piping in crowd reactions or this is some monster heat. They're very loud for an open-air stadium. I think they're just well mic'd. And I hope that's the case. Sean says Finn said he wants full creative control of the demon character. Yep, it's either that or we will not see the demon again. So we'll not see the demon again. Raymond says Ray's daughter getting in Rhea's face was great. Anything coming from that? Nothing long term. What's coming from that basically is this match. J-Dub says I'd like to see Ray heel turn and join Judgment Day. Would be a great swerve instead of Dom. I don't think either of those are happening personally. I think these two are staying together. I think the story here is about Edge returning for Finn. Larry says one of the odd things on Twitch, streams of WWE pay-per-views in Spanish seem to be left up. Ones in English get taken down. Twitch do not take down streams from the WWE without this specific instruction from the WWE. And the WWE rarely do that. Thomas says, do you think that we will be getting proper entrance music instead of generic entrance music now? It really depends what you mean by generic entrance music. There's some evolutions coming to some of the plans for entrance music, but I can't sit here and say anything's guaranteed. Connor says, I can fully understand why Finn wants that, but he will never get that in WWE. Correct. KJ says, no DQ under Triple H. Remember openers from SmackDown. This can be fun. It can. I'm interested to see how this plays out because I don't see tables, ladders and chairs as it were, because that's been saved for Last Man Standing. They've got to save something for Last Man Standing. Oh, Rhea. Judgment Day has star power written all over it. Thanks for bringing that in, Sean. Megan also mentioned that a little bit earlier too. Thomas Phipps says, meant like the remade ones that Vince had when calling wrestlers up from NXT. It wasn't just Vince that was making those. It wasn't just Vince. The match is already live. We're going tornado tag style, naturally. I do like they've just said only one competitor at a time. It's no DQ. What are you going to do if they don't go out the ring? Like seriously, what are you going to do? The referee's just there to count the fall. Balor and Rey Mysterio just... It's a combination I'm falling in love with. Again, we're seeing the red and the yellow similar to Becky Lynch earlier with the Mysterios. What's happening here? Dominic threw the ropes and threw Rey's legs right into Damian Priest. Oh, let's catch up. Sai says they showed unusual restraint by not having Dominic turn on Rey. They even played on the rumours, I thought, by having him hover behind Rey for long periods. Don't see it happening now, thankfully. I do think with Edge returning the way he is, it sort of writes it off. Connor says Rey's mask is sponsored. Oh, God. Of course it is. Sponsored by the beer. It's not the first time he's had a mask sponsored by a beer. Raymond says, Rhea giving a bit of the old school China feel at ringside. Very intimidating. That's certainly... you get that feel about this element of Rhea. You get that feel about it. Oh, there's a new Dakota Kai shirt. I've got to see that. I've got to see that. Rey gets a little Eddie Guerrero chant going in the crowd. Doesn't last long, but still enjoyable. Finn Balor, I think, will be doing most of the grunt work for Judgment Day in this one. Damian Priest nicely trying to break some options down. Damn, that is a nice shirt. Her hair's completely different from that. But damn, that's a nice shirt. Hector says, did you see Ariel Hawani's interview with Rey, where Rey mentioned he told Dom that he wasn't sure if he was ready for the match at the 2020 SummerSlam with Seth, but was proud he did. Really hope they write Dom off so he could really use a tad more in-ring training and it wouldn't hurt. Well, what better in-ring training is there than getting in the ring and doing it? He has a ring set up at home that Rey is working with him at basically every day. So he's constantly being trained, constantly improving. Part of Rey Mysterio's contract with the WWE was that Dominic Mysterio would come in, be trained, and would not spend any time in NXT. Now, naturally, he spent a little bit of time in NXT, but you guys know what I mean there. He's not been an NXT wrestler at any point. Sai says, Balor is a huge Tottenham fan, so he's never a heel in my eyes. Ah, yes, of course. KJ says, Dominic, Ray, Becky all looking like ketchup and mustard. Maybe that's it. Maybe all that's really happening is that they're celebrating our hot dogs. J-Dub says, Mysterio's with a tribute to Hulk Hogan. Oh, J-Dub, how dare you? Thomas Phibbs says, don't think you can have Dominic turn on Ray and one of the Street Profits turn on the same show. True, that also factors into Becky Lynch turning face. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's going to be everyone in red and yellow turns. Maybe it's everyone in red and yellow. Simon, we are halfway. After this, there are 3 left. Usos versus Street Profits. Liv Morgan versus... Ooh, nice hit. Liv Morgan versus Ronda. And, of course, the main event. Give it time, Connor. I'm sure there will be weapons. Damian Priest is dominating in the ring. Just throwing Dominic around. Judgment Day working together really nicely. Little wiggle there from Finn that I like. Are you gonna... He is gonna. His own version of Free Amigos. Oh, thank you, KJ. Pat and Corbin. I forgot about that. So logically, I think Pat and Corbin will be next, then Uso Street Profits, then Liv versus Ronda, and finishing, of course, for our main event. Certainly doesn't suggest that this is going to be a 3-hour show, I'll tell you that. Damian Priest sounds a lot like Roman Reigns at times. Thomas says, mocking Eddie will always give a heel massive heat. It will. It's one of the easiest ways to get some hate behind you. Always works. J-Dub says, what happened to Seth versus Riddle? It was pulled from the card at the request of Triple H. Raymond says, have you heard if Seth will be on the show at all tonight? I know he's there. I know that he's got his gear. That's all I'll say. Megan says, do we think Brock and Roman go over 30 minutes? I think so. It's Roman, isn't it? It's Roman. Connor says, why is Rhea controlling herself and just standing there? It's no DQ, just join in and beat them down. That I don't understand. It's a fair comment. It's a fair comment, Connor. I think back to the triple threat between Edge, Daniel Bryan and Roman Reigns at WrestleMania last year. And the fact that Jey Uso was immediately involved. Immediately. If you can cheat, cheat. It's like, just do it. Do it. Sean, great question. Wait and find out. Sean, great question. Wait and find out. J-Dub says, I'd recommend Roman starts his entrance now, so he's down there for the main event. It does take a while, doesn't it? It does take a while. Rey Mysterio's picking up speed and momentum. He always makes some weird choices when he has momentum. Connor says, cheating is not always a heel thing. It's called having intelligence and being smart. Absolutely right. The Alex Ferguson approach. We have our first weapon. It is a chair. Rey Mysterio using it on Damian Priest. Hector says, is there a real way to see how many people watch the pay-per-view on the network or Peacock? If the info is out there, I'd love to see if there's an increase in viewers now that Triple H is in charge, because I'm definitely going to be tuning in more. Short of actually contacting Peacock and requesting the information, there isn't much information to actually get. They tend to share subscribers on the network, so you get a subscriber count, but that's all you get. Thomas says, Ray's so good. Raymond says, it's only cheating if you get caught. Eddie Guerrero taught us that one. And Sai says, has Ray ever been a heel in his whole career? I'm not aware of Rey Mysterio ever being a heel, even in his WCW days. I know at some point they made him take his mask off, and he was in a team that maybe wasn't the most positive, but I wouldn't necessarily say that he has at any point been a heel. Fans are once again chanting that they want tables. Finn Balor with a blind tag. Oh, lovely. This has given Balor a second wind here. And I don't mean in this match, I mean his career. Judgment Day, the return of Triple H. It's lit a fire in the guy. There's just an added intensity to him that I'm really enjoying. We're on the top rope. Big Hurricane Runner there. Damian Priest manages to get back involved. It is a really high-paced wrestling match, this one. Just a lot going on all at once. I'm just trying to catch up on the chat side on YouTube right now to try and make sure that we're not getting any trolls and bots in, and it's taking its time. We've been really busy so far tonight. Real busy. We're looking for a double 619, and there's Rhea. Picked a moment, but made it count when she did. Inverted electric chair on Dominic. Nothing anyone can do. Nothing anyone in the match can do, certainly. We'd need maybe a Beth Phoenix or someone of that style in order to make this one happen. There it is. And here comes Edge. With some burning stairs. That was definitely the opening from The Brood. Oh look, it's not the Fiend. I love that jacket. It's a Judgment Day jacket, but it's red. It's red. Oh look, it's not the Fiend Bray Wyatt. The exiled founder, that's a wonderful phrase. Raymond says Dom should turn heel over Ray. Dom needs a freshness in his persona. No plans to turn anyone in this match. No plans to turn anyone, apart from Edge technically turning face. Eric says, absolutely, I feel like a month ago, him and Liv, I feel like would have been gone after the next cup. Yep. Finn Balor was in trouble as far as I was aware. Edge takes out Damian Priest a bit too easily. Loses his glasses while spearing, which is just lovely. Good camera cuts. They've learned how to actually track a spear now. Hector says Ray being able to work the way he does in 2022 to his age is pretty damn impressive. You're not wrong there. Megan says kind of sad that Ray hasn't drop-kicked anyone yet. She does have a beautiful drop-kick. Double 619 on Finn Balor. That looks like it'll be it for the match. Rhea Ripley didn't even get taken out by anyone at any point. There's no one to take her out. She just had to stand there and let that happen, apparently. KJ says, did you see Finn Balor said Vince was impressed by his heel work? We did. We're going to get a Finn push possibly from Vince, but Triple H will take care of him. The move to Judgment Day was designed to push Finn. That was a Vince McMahon decision. Megan enjoying seeing Rhea beat up Dom. Eric says, do you feel a Braun Breaker debut tonight? I don't. I think it'll be a while yet before we see Braun Breaker. Or at least until he's been on NXT a little bit longer. Raymond says, Rhea, the 10th wonder of the world. It's not a bad comparison. Not at all. Also says, Edge is literally on fire right now. The Burning Steps is pretty nice. Also the standard elevation up. J-Dib says, but MJF's cousin's friend said it would be The Fiend. Thomas Phipps says, we got that one wrong, but still free. True. I did think Judgment Day were going to win it. But then, of course, news came out that Edge was returning, and it seemed guaranteed that he was going to help them pick up the win. I'm still not caught up on the YouTube side. I need to increase my processing speed. Maybe get a bit more RAM. Rhea Ripley genuinely looking a bit scared. Edge stands with the Mysterios, but the Mysterios look a little bit uneasy about it. I don't think they trust him. definitely don't think they trust him, which is fair. For anyone currently watching on YouTube, by the way, we have free channel memberships waiting in limbo for anyone to collect. If you would like to collect a free channel membership, which gives you things such as emotes, access to members only videos and the like, there are free channel memberships still waiting in limbo. Scroll to the top of the live chat and click opt in and you will receive a free channel membership. Please do consider doing so. We have another Kevin Owens section. Thomas says, feel like Judgment Day do need a win eventually. I feel that they should be beating down Edge pretty comfortably. It's just the right way to do it. Wow, Connor, that was forced. Hector says, I really wish they could have given Judgment Day the win, have Edge come out after. They need the win way more than Ray and Dom, and you can still make Edge look like a badass. That's true, and a fair comment. Rob said, if Edge had some yellow, they might have embraced him more assuredly. True, he didn't have the yellow on him. That was the problem. If you're going to do it, you got to do it right. You got to do it right. Right, guys, I'm going to take a moment to pop myself to the bathroom. Just to pop to the bathroom and have myself a little break, get myself a new drink. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Please don't go anywhere. I'll be back in time for the next match. I'll see you all very shortly. Welcome back, everyone. We are still live for SummerSlam with 4 matches remaining. Happy Corbin is on his way down. He, of course, will be wrestling Pat McAfee. So far, it's been a damn good SummerSlam. Just a damn good SummerSlam. Just a lot of really good stuff happening. Now, the return of Edge was expected. We kind of knew this was coming. We knew that there was going to be an Edge versus Finn Balor feud coming over Judgment Day, but obviously Edge has a limited day contract, so he needs some time off. He needs some time off in between, much like Randy Orton does with his limited day contract, same with AJ Styles. The new faction that we had with Bayley introduced right in the end of the first match, that's going to stand the test of time. That's going to be a memorable moment. Now, there is unfortunately no guarantee that we're going to maintain that momentum. And I think this match is going to be telling. But so far, so good. Let's see how it goes. Eric says, I'm surprised Aaliyah Mysterio didn't run out. Pat McAfee has hired a troupe of people to sing Bum-Ass Corbin and to encourage the crowd to join in. It's a bit Goldberg. KJ says another KO video package like Money in the Bank. True. Thomas says, well, Tom, it's a big one. Who'll win between me and you? It literally does come down to this. I have Happy Corbin. Thomas has Pat McAfee. KJ says, SRS said Vince had the idea of Bayley's faction. Then Kai was cut and he rejected it. That kind of makes no sense. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Makes very little sense. It's interesting, isn't it? That sometimes these reports come out and they just don't make sense. This, by the way, is going to be Pat McAfee's theme going forwards. He, of course, does have a long-term contract with the WWE now that will include more wrestling matches. So expect to hear a lot of this particular Pat McAfee theme. Connor says, rating so far for the pay-per-view. Rate it high. I'd rate it a solid 8 out of 10. It's certainly dropped a little since the pace of the opening match. But otherwise just solid fare. No matches have been bad. Logan Paul was a bit snug at times. I feel that works against it. But it's hard to keep up the pace when you start off that hot. It really depends on the main event at this point. Connor says, also for him, the only match we differ on. Ooh. Denver LED has followed on Twitch. Thank you kindly, Si, for reminding me there. I did miss that while I was away. Welcome, Denver, to the show. You'll get a notification every time we go live for our spoiler warning news shows that take place on Mondays and Fridays. The last one this Friday was attended by more than 200 people, and we shared a hell of a lot of news about how this particular show was going to go. Triple H making some pretty significant changes to the SummerSlam card, and we did speak about Io Shirai, Dakota Kai, and of course Bayley as well over the last few weeks. You'll also get notifications for our SmackDown watch parties and of course our pay-per-view watch parties like this one right here for SummerSlam. Raymond says, I'm going with Corbin to go over tonight. Don't see both Logan Paul and McAfee winning. And I think that's fair. Connor's enjoying the choir. Megan says, I just noticed they did it again. Open with the matches and booth from one show and then switch halfway to the other show's matches and booth. I mean, that's not a bad system. It's nice to have an actual handover sometimes. Rare. So I just blew his coffee at the choir. Pat McAfee is perfect for that sort of position where he's like Steph in that he's a complete dick, but in a good way. Good way. Eric says, do you think this will be Corbin's last match with this gimmick? No, not all. I think this is just Corbin going forwards. I feel he will lean more back into his lone wolf section. I think he'll move a little bit more in that direction, but I don't think he'll move too much in that direction too quickly. Ed, I may or may not have seen that, yes. The match is underway. Pat McAfee starting us off by just encouraging another bomb-ass Corbin champ. KJ says, if it wasn't obvious, this new stable is a product of the new WWE regime. We've heard that the stable was actually pitched quite a while ago before Dakota's release and Vince McMahon rejected it. There were other versions pitched that included Raquel and Kaylee Ray before they got called up and repackaged respectively. SRS for more context. Thank you for bringing that in, KJ. Hurricane Rana from Pat McAfee and clotheslines Corbin beautifully out of the ring. I always really like how certain wrestlers are really good at being clotheslined out of the ring. The Undertaker was always great at it. Brock Lesnar's magnificent because he turns into it. Baron Corbin also very good at it. Corbin is rocked. Rocked. Hector says, Pat getting a choir for his entrance is such a good touch. He's so over. I'm excited to see Michael Cole put him over this whole match like he did at Mania. He will. Like, it's very similar to Cole's obsession with The Miz, but also much, much, much better. Though I will say, probably the best thing in this feud so far, was Baron Corbin really going crazy for Shinsuke Nakamura's theme. I loved that. But I loved it so much I'm going to do a tweet on it. The best part of this whole feud between McAfee and Corbin was Corbin rocking out to Nakamura's theme. Wow. Tell you what I was not expecting to see today. A drop kick from Baron Corbin. It is a lovely backflip. McAfee takes his eyes off the prize. Gets hit. Ooh, bit more to catch up on. Connor says, I always enjoyed Undertaker being sent over the top rope when he would just land on his feet and stare at him like, oh bitch, you just fucked up. Simon said, glad Edge returned, even though I thought Beth was returning with her husband to counteract Rhea's appearance. Okay, can we just be happy about the good thing that happened? Instead of like, this good thing happened, here's why I didn't like it. Just be happy that the good thing happened. Sai says, wow, in the commentary, Corey to Cole, I let you better when you weren't allowed to have an opinion. That's changed. A lot has changed. I think everyone, in at least small ways, is celebrating the change at the top of the card. And by the top of the card, I mean the top of the company there. I did not know that Corey Graves used to sleep on Corbin's couch. A lot of history here. Raymond says, when was the last time we've seen Corbin using a dropkick channeled Finn Balor? I don't think I've ever seen him use a dropkick, to be completely honest with you. Connor says, Corbin fighting in a dress shirt is giving year 8 school fight, especially with a blue trousers. Straight into the barricade there from Corbin. It may be LED, but it can still take a couple of hits. Traffic says, always thought when Taker and Kane would like backflip over the rope out of the ring was extremely talented. It is just a case of knowing the size of your body and trusting the rotation. Different people do it in different ways, but it is a sign of a really athletic person in my eyes. It's also a way that you can sandbag someone. If you just don't go out of the ring properly with the right momentum, it tends to be your fault. It doesn't tend to be the clothesline that's the problem. It tends to be your fault. Charlotte's pretty good at taking the clothesline out of the ring as well. Hector says, if you would have told me that during his NXT days that Baron were going to be one of the best, if not the best heel in the business, I would have laughed in your face, but here we are. Corbin's one of my favourites, as I think everybody here knows. He's just got such a unique offense and he's such a classically evil guy. I've always been a fan. Eric says, I think Pat goes over. I'm sticking with Corbin, but it's certainly an open one. Simon says, Tom, do you think it would hurt Roman or Brock if Theory cashes in successfully tonight? Yes, it would definitely hurt them because they would not have a championship. That'll be the main reason it hurts them. Weak booking for the briefcase holder means absolutely nothing. It's a cheap way to get a win. It always has been. It's opportunism. Connor says, I really like them making this SummerSlam as feel good as possible. Do you remember how people thought this was the worst booked SummerSlam basically of all time? Funny how things change. Pat McAfee isn't quite getting the elevation in the jumps that he's doing, which is interesting for him because that's usually his thing. Thomas says Deep Six is such a good move. It is. As I say, unique offense is a strength of Corbin's. His attacks stand out. Simon says, as it's Flair's last match again tomorrow night, your favourite Flair ever and all of time. I don't want to talk about Ric Flair. He's a pain in the arse. I don't like basically anything that he's doing tomorrow. I think he should have retired when Shawn Michaels retired him. And I can't stand the fact that he's still going with this. Baron Corbin attacking Michael Cole. I think that may have been a genuine reaction from Michael Cole as well. Michael Cole is on a mission. A Michael Cole chant from the crowd. A Michael Cole chant. Connor says Corey's such a good heel commentator. I love it. He's still on the side of Corbin, but he was also standing up for Michael Cole there. I don't know if that was scripted. I like the end result, but I don't know if it was scripted. Pat McAfee didn't quite land on his feet there, but Corbin caught him. Well done by Corbin. Superplex from McAfee. A wonderful sell on the landing. Joey says if Theory cashes in, I can only see him winning the WWE title. Me too. Me too. If he does cash in, I don't think it'll be for both championships. Raymond says Corbin has a way of making you want to hate him. Top heel material. He's the best heel in the company by quite a margin. The guy just knows how to do it. Nobody cheers this guy. I cheer. Baron Corbin. I cheer. Hector says, if the Corey Graves is cleared to wrestle, this would be a good time to make that known. Have Pat go over Corbin, and while Pat is celebrating, Corey attacks him. I'd be all for it. Certainly could work. Certainly could, if not for the fact that Corey has to sort of commentate the rest of the show. I think they'd be missing him if he wasn't involved going forwards, but see how it goes. Connor says we need Michael Cole in another match. I think those days are behind him. Maybe one day someone tries to get to Pat McAfee through him in the same way that Triple H used to get to Steve Austin through JR. Raymond says, love Cole's emotion tonight. It's genuine. That's the thing. He's just been allowed to basically book himself. He knows how to do it. He knows how to do it. So I said, Shaman Comrade and anyone promoting that hot mess tomorrow. Great undercard, but reckless, irresponsible use of an elderly man. Completely agree. KJ says, love to see teamwork in wrestling. Well, that's what wrestling is. But the way Corbin caught him was great because Pat could have fallen. He was falling. He was falling. And Baron Corbin wasn't exactly in the most balanced position himself. But he managed to make it work. The user says, any word on Seth? There are many words on Seth. For example, Seth. Traffic says, either one of these last matches... Pat McAfee faking a wobble on the top rope. That was beautiful. Beautiful. Right. Traffic saying either one of these last matches getting a shorthand, or it seems like they're going to be running a decent time past 11 EST. Well, I don't know when the show is planned to end. Is it a 4-hour show? We're getting into the last hour now. There's 3 matches left, one of which is the Usos versus the Street Profits, which is guaranteed to take time. One of which is Roman versus Brock, last man standing, which is guaranteed to take time. I think this goes at least another hour and a half. Hector says Corbin better watch out. He doesn't want any part of the coal mine. McAfee's leapfrog was not perfect there. Nearly into the end of days. McAfee rolls through it. That's a ref bump, and not a great one. So do we get a visible free count here? McAfee with a low blow. I think Corbin might be losing this one. We talked about cheating not always being a heel move. There it was. He gets a code red and the win. A sloppy code red, but a code red nonetheless. And picks up the win. That's me losing those predictions. Baron Corbin loses. Not necessarily clean, but loses nonetheless. Thomas says, what if Seth attacks Theory before he's about to cash in, then as a result cashes in at the end of the match successfully and pins Brock? That's not how the briefcase works, unfortunately. Like, there's no logic to any of that. Eric says, is anyone who watched Corey wrestle, is he any good? I've never seen him wrestle. Raymond says Corey was very good in NXT. Connor says, Pat getting revenge for yesterday. Yeah, the low blow yesterday should have been a bit more telling. Thomas says, 4-3 to me. Sorry, Tom. It's all right, Thomas. It's all right. You celebrate your victory. My disappointment in my failure does not take away from the fact that you are doing great, mate. You're doing great. Raymond says, I was wrong. Corbin lost. Me too. Eric says, how did Logan win? Certain involvement by AJ Styles, phenomenal forearm, and a skull-crushing finale. Pat McAfee just showing a massive lack of respect to Corey Graves. That might be the next feud. And Pat McAfee now has a beer. Just gonna have a bit of beer. And he actually drank it as well. Vince McMahon would never have allowed that. Okay, Michael Cole, calm it down, mate. Calm it down, sir. Bold. Hector says, I love them going to the cam show and Michael Cole's raw emotion. Not scripted, it's genuine and it's great to see. Connor says, Tom, I'm afraid I have some bad news. I can win. Does it mean I get some time out of the cupboard? No, if anything, it means you get to spend more time in the cupboard. Slightly darker as well. That's my gift to you is just a dark room. A dark, not very fun cupboard. Just for you. My gift. My present to you. Now that it's officially 3 a.m. over here in the UK, I do want to say one thing. Just the one thing. Saturday pay-per-views are a fantastic thing. Just a fantastic thing. Because tomorrow, I can just have a nice long sleep. I can have a nap. I can have a chill. I can do whatever I want. I don't have to worry about getting up for work at 8:30 in the morning. I don't have to worry about that. I don't have to worry about that at all. I can just have some fun. We're getting a recap of yesterday's SmackDown opening match between Drew McIntyre and Sheamus. Not entirely sure why we're getting a recap of it, but we are getting a recap nonetheless. I'd imagine this is to further hype up the main event, the winner of which will, of course, take on Drew McIntyre at Clash at the Castle. I think we know where it's going, let's be honest. Megan says, give Cole a break. His commentary, son won his match and he doesn't have Vince in his ear for the first time ever. He's happy. I know he's happy, but maybe don't mention that airport thing. That's not public knowledge. Hector says, all right, Tom, we are 2 hours into SummerSlam. What's your overall impression so far? I'd watch it again, which is usually a sign of a very, very good show. Really fun matches. Nothing overstaying its welcome. Great opening match. Some game-changing returns. And now Drew McIntyre is being welcomed. Maybe this is where Seth gets involved. Ah, he's got the sword back. That's disappointing. I don't want the sword. I don't support the sword. It's not right. Drew is on his way down. Is this a promo? Maybe this is where we see Matt Riddle? I can't imagine we'll see Matt Riddle and not Seth. Also, with this happening, I feel even more confident that this is going for another 2 hours. There is no point him being here, really. As Connor says, we have time for this? We don't. It's just a promo segment to keep the momentum on Drew's side. Well, see, connecting people through wrestling right there. Megan likes the sword, says it's a good look. Cheap pop. KJ also doesn't mind the sword. Maybe this is an opportunity for Sheamus to get involved. Robs, in all caps, says, could this be a swerve to set up Tyson Fury McIntyre? Well, there was talk about that. I did report a couple of months ago that Tyson Fury was looking to try and get involved at Clash at the Castle. Connor says, petition for Gable to come out and shoosh this promo. Connor says, I want the sword out and broken dreams in. Bless. Never going to happen. Essentially, Drew McIntyre is here because Triple H booked a main event hype promo on a GM mode. Sorry, Rob's, no worries. I don't think his name's actually Colt. I think his name might be Holt. Feel sorry for the kid if that's not his name. But he got a high five from Drew McIntyre. Once he fixed his wrist, I'd imagine he's having a great time. McIntyre connecting with the camera, connecting with the fans. Fierce promo, pure hype. Yes, Connor. Yes, there is. Hector says giving Drew some screen time in his current residence is a pretty good touch. More Drew the better. Indeed. Again, didn't overstay his welcome. Allowed a bit of a reset backstage. He definitely connected pretty strongly with the crowd. I think we can all be very happy with that. Hyped the main event, so it's not that there was no purpose for it. I'll take it. It looks like Michael Cole and Corey Graves are staying out there as a two-man team. Logically then, Usos versus Street Profits is next, as they are Raw and SmackDown championships. Michael Cole lost his spot there because he has no one in his ear. It's interesting because every now and then, without anyone in their ear, they are actually stumbling slightly. Just leaving a bit of dead air. It feels a lot more genuine. Here comes Jeff Jarrett. Jeff Jarrett. This music does not cut it anymore. I much preferred his music for the Attitude Era, but they don't use it anymore for some reason. Ofa, how you doing? Says Drew McIntyre is goated as F. McIntyre has been built towards that Clash of the Castle. Of course, this started well before it, but the key moment really was kicking out at the end of days. Baron Corbin's been on a downward slide ever since. Raymond says ISOs and Profits up next. You've been watching Tron, sir. KJ says from this week alone, Drew puts over Kid, Pat drinks, Alexa signs sign, Riddle takes pick with fan, and Aaliyah took sign and held it up. That's live event behaviour. Yep. That's encouraging live event ticket sales. They are connecting with the crowd in a whole new way. Hector just shouts, slap nuts. I'm glad we all know the context of slap nuts, because if we didn't, I tell you, if we didn't, we'd all be very confused. We're getting our hype package for the show. They're showing that the shoulder was not down, which is the entire reason that we are where we are now. This is how we've got to the match one more time. No real hype package though. It's more just a recap package. It's not, I wouldn't necessarily say it's a hype package. Recap. I'm guessing they're Nashville Titans cheerleaders. Ready to hype up the Street Profits? They know how to get that cheap pop going. Connor says there's one title I want changed. It's these tag team ones. They don't seem to fit in the current landscape, do they? They're nothing like any of the current championships. They just need to be evolved a little bit more. Raymond says, what are the chances of a Double J guitar shot tonight? Basically guaranteed. I'd be stunned if there wasn't at least one guitar shot. Alpha says, Beetlejuice is going to return to spark out Jeff Jarrett. Eric says, do you see Bayley's new faction winning the tag championship? Probably. I mean, they'll actually remember that they exist, which is more than Vince McMahon ever did. Tennessee Titans. Thank you, Alpha. I have no idea, so it's always handy. Thomas says, main question is, do the Street Profits split up? And that, Thomas, is a great question. So next up, we have the Street Profits challenging the Usos for both the Raw and SmackDown Tag Team Championships. Angelo Dawkins has already lost his hat, whereas Montez Ford continues to be the most stylish man in all of wrestling. How does he do it? I have no idea. Please teach me. I need it. Rob says Profits aren't losing, wearing the hometown's colours. You say that, but the hometown thing has never worked out in anyone's favour. Connor says Montez looks like a rich Texan who's just a dickhead. Yeah, I can imagine him shooting some guns into the air in the old Simpsons style. It's the hat, I tell you. We've seen some great matches between the Usos and the Street Profits, but they haven't overstayed their welcome again. The Street Profits for a while dropped out of championship contention, and they were only recently really back into it after they lost their first run. Oh, wow. Calling Corey Graves worse than JBL. That's a comment. Michael Cole's having a great time on commentary tonight. I think he's probably just been told off. Connor says, I really want the Profits to win. I think Dawkins has proved himself enough to halt a potential Ford solo push for a while. Well, it wouldn't just be a Ford solo push. It would also be a Dawkins solo push. So you never know who might actually benefit most. Sean says, all the champs are retaining. Are they? Ofa says Montez dripping like a broken shower. And Nisa says, do you think Steph will be having a match? I don't know, maybe. We don't exactly have much time for that. There's only 3 matches left. The Profits dancing with Jeff Jarrett here. And now we get to our Bloodline segment. Of course, what happens to the Usos here is very telling for what's going to happen at the end of the night between Roman and Brock. Because if the Usos get seriously injured here, to a point that they can't interfere in Roman's behalf, that's going to be quite telling about where we're headed. The Bloodline representing the red, wearing tribal chief gear. That 3D element is still terrible, still hate it. It's incredibly creepy and it makes me feel very uncomfortable. Like a lot of things, admittedly, but it stands out to me as really weird and I wish they would stop doing it. Simon says Moxley was on New Japan Strong tonight. I heard he was against Desperado and I heard it was very good. Over says now that Edge has returned, I hope to see him, my favourite of all time, at Clash. Seems very likely. Finn versus Edge seems pretty much guaranteed at this point. KJ says Adam Cole AEW t-shirt shown. Definitely Triple H effect, he told them to show that. I doubt he told them to show that. After all, we've seen AEW shirts before on WWE programming. The idea that the WWE refused to let people in with AEW shirts is complete garbage. Complete garbage. Jeff Jarrett is clearly not showing a lot of trust in the Usos after the super kick. I wouldn't be too surprised to hear a few apologies during the match. Jarrett is shepherding the Profits out of the Usos' way. Usos, meanwhile, just sort of taking over the ring. Hector says, now that the Usos are on a historic run, doing some of the best work of their career, where do you rank them all time? I feel like top 5 all time isn't a reach. I'd put them top 3. I'd put them top 3. If I'm going top 3, I put the Hardys up there. Personally, if we're going all time, I put the Hart Foundation up there, and I put the Usos up there. Personally. Simon says, who do you think has done the better work since their return? Edge or Christian? I've seen more of Edge's work. I haven't seen that much of Christian's. It's not really fair for me to say. KJ says, Clash of the Castle will be Drew versus Roman and maybe Edge versus Finn, Gunter versus Shin, Riddle versus Seth, and something of Becky, Bianca, and Bayley's faction. Sounds good so far, doesn't it? Sounds good. Raymond says, this match has a very high bar set for it. Would need to be match of the year quality to live up to the hype. Yep, probably. This is the one. This is the one that everyone was expecting to be great. Jeff Jarrett getting physical immediately. Immediately. Montez Ford joining in on that one. Alfred says, did you see that Mattel released a Brock Lesnar with both the WWE and Universal titles? Bit of a spoiler if I'm honest. If it happens, yes. It doesn't feel like a red herring. Jarrett also getting a physical of Angelo Dawkins. Not a surprise there. I like that they still use the main event Jey Uso moniker, even though he's no longer main event Jey Uso. I like that. He's still got the branding. He's still got elements of the push that he had. Because it was a good push. It was a strong push. It just unfortunately didn't go as far as we were hoping. Cole is still hyping up the main event. Makes sense given that the Bloodline are in it. Someone in the crowd is walking through a sign that just says never drew a dime. Who are you trying to market there? What on earth are you trying to do? Jeff Jarrett is continually getting physical and forcing things to happen. He's clearly trying to show off ahead of tomorrow. Oh, for Edge will not be using Metalingus at Clash. The new music that we heard, which began with a Brood theme, is the music he'll be using going forwards. Hector says, we've fantasy booked who we think could take the titles off of Roman. Who do you see taking the Raw titles off of the Usos, as I feel they'll keep the SmackDown a tad longer? It's a good question. There's not that many teams at the moment in place to do it. Street Profits is the only real obvious choice. Alpha Academy is there as an option. If Randy Orton was returning sooner rather than later, I'd be leaning towards RK Bro, but ultimately at this point in time, when it comes to Raw, I get why the championships went to the Usos, because there isn't much on Raw. There isn't. There's more on SmackDown. So I could potentially see New Day taking the championships on SmackDown, or indeed the New Vicious Viking Raiders taking the championships on SmackDown. The Usos at that point go to Raw. Well, does that mean Roman going to Raw? Well, we'll be finding out soon, I'm sure. Justin says, Ronda and Liv got a rough draw in the match order. They did. They have a lot to live up to, and they're squeezed between two of the bigger matches. It feels like, and I don't like to say this, but it is what it is. It feels like the P-break match. Because every other match so far has been pretty good. Joey says, could we see an NXT tag team beating the Usos? No, not at this point, I don't feel. Ophir says, my friend and I have spent all night laughing at the Iron Sheik's Twitter. Everything he does is magnificent on there. The amount of times I've seen him say, fuck you, Hulk Hogan, you jabroni. It pops me. The man pops me. What can I say? I get popped. Jeff Jarrett still seems to be working to establish himself as a referee. Seems to be overdoing it a little points now. A mention of Jeff Jarrett losing the hair versus hair match at SummerSlam 1998. He lost that against X-Pac. Howard Finkel was in X-Pac's corner in that match. What a great time to be alive. just seeing moments like that, wonderful thing. Rob says, Profits take this. That's a babyface landslide. Giving Ronda a chance, Roman a win, and Theory, Well, it's definitely a feel-good show. I don't think it's going to end as feel-good as that. But it's a feel-good show so far. Sean says, I wonder if any of the wrestlers have complained about the long ramp. I know a few did back at WrestleMania 33, like AJ and Alexa. So far, not so much. It's a stadium show. If anyone did complain, it'd very much be a case of shut up. Ofa says, Liv vs. Ronda has been placed in what the 2010s IWC would have called the death spot. I mean, people do like to over-dramatise, don't they? Joey says, is Seth going to be on the show? Great question there, Joey. So, crossbody from Montez Ford. Kick out from Jey Uso. Main event Uso, as we mentioned earlier. They're maintaining a high tempo on this one. Lots of quick tags. Not much of the we the one business. Suggests they ain't rushing. Hector says, Jeff Jarrett looking jacked. He's about to sell his ass off tomorrow night. He is. That's his entire role tomorrow, to get beat up. Justin says, babyfaces are 5-0. Yeah. The bloodline will be the difference, I'm sure. It can't really be any other way. The bloodline are still at the top of the tree. Triple H or not, the bloodline are the bloodline. So far, by the by, 0 match changes to my knowledge. So while Triple H has been making changes to the card, he hasn't necessarily been making changes to any finishes. Oh, I didn't realise that was a standing blockbuster. I thought that had been reversed into a suplex. Funny how blockbusters and suplexes look basically exactly the same. I thought that was reversed. Beautiful catch by Jay. Magnificent catch. I can't believe how many hats I'm seeing in the crowd. They love hats in Tennessee. Thomas says, if the Street Profits do split up, who would you have as a heel? I'd have Montez Ford as a heel personally, because then we get options such as Montez Ford versus AJ Styles, which I would love. Connor says, I've just seen a video of the returns at the start of the show. Noticed a mistake. They may have changed Io's name, but Hatron still said Io Shirai. It did. I did spot that, and that's why I didn't really trust the name change. It still said Io Shirai. Makes me wonder how last minute this call-up was. That they couldn't edit that. The neck break is a very nice move. We seem to have ended up in a bit of a singles match here. For a while, Jimmy Uso and Angelo Dawkins were not on the apron. They were just letting Jay and Montez Ford go. The WWE always makes sure Montez Ford has at least a moment. At least one little moment of celebrating how good he can be. Uso's on the outside. Angelo Dawkins tags in. He's getting serious. Over the top. Perfect landing. Perfect impact. Angelo Dawkins has stepped his game up. They did have merch ready, that's true. They didn't have the Tron ready. I definitely saw it as well. Late kick out. Angelo Dawkins, as I mentioned before, was told that the star of the tag team was Montez Ford. And he took that information and decided this would be a great time to be a little bit offended and to get a hell of a lot better. And that's exactly what he did. He was always good, but he has stepped it up in the last few weeks in a big way. Working with the Usos, obviously quite a good thing as well. A great way to develop. Oh. Just lovely moves by the Street Profits. Jeff Jarrett's counting a bit too quick. He's about to get told off by Jay. Sorry, Jimmy. Lots of quick tags now between the Street Profits. They're wearing down Jimmy. Looking for a doomsday device. Hasn't quite happened. Jay's in the ring now. Jeff Jarrett losing control. Oh, that definitely hit Dawkins. He definitely took a kick to the head there. The camera cuts are happening before every impact and it's really annoying me. Looks like we're getting our first tease of a match finish. Dawkins kicks out a bit too early for me. He needs to work on his late kickouts, especially after that splash. Raymond says Dawkins could do very well as a babyface if booked properly. I agree. I absolutely agree. I think he's got the right people to work with as well. Angelo Dawkins versus Kevin Owens could be great fun. Angelo Dawkins versus Bobby Lashley also could be great fun, to be fair. But we've also got the possibility of a Dawkins versus Omos situation. I think there's room to deliver that. Traffic says that flip by Dawkins was dangerous with the barricade there. Perfectly executed though. He knew to sort of bend his knees as he went in and get caught by the barricade. It was nice. No sign of Montez Ford as the Usos double loose. There's Montez Ford. Jeff Jarrett definitely didn't see the impact, so he's playing fast and loose with some of the rules there. But it is a breakup. I did not realise the replays were sponsored by Sylvester Stallone. That's a thing. Ford had to get a lot of pace there. Angelo Dawkins was not going to kick out. Jarrett engaging in a double count out that the fans are really embracing for some reason. It's faster than normal. They're up at 7. Montez Ford, for some reason, decides to go over the ropes rather than few. I'm guessing he's going to skin the cap. Match hasn't finished, Eric. The match hasn't finished. Jarrett, just put the foot down. Put the foot down. Spinebuster by Dawkins. Tags in Ford. Opportunity here. Incidentally assisted by Jarrett. Lovely splash. Ford has to get back to his man. And Jay kicks out. Hector says, I really hope if Montez does turn heel, it's more than just the you people heel turn we see 90% of the time. It's not always a good idea when you turn to turn on the fans, you know? It's not always a good idea. Sometimes it's better to turn on a person and then just stay heel. Turning on Dawkins is a better shout. The crowd chanting, this is awesome. Montez Ford throwing some blame at Jeff Jarrett. Ofer says a match I'd absolutely love would be Montez versus Gargano. I don't know why. We all know why, mate. We all know why. Montez Ford saying, I'm going to find a way. Dawkins now legal. Usos on the outside. I don't think the Usos have realised that Montez Ford isn't legal. Jeff Jarrett doesn't seem very interested in letting him know. Montez Ford over the barricade. That may be the end of his time in the match. This is starting to feel like a procession. No broken guitar yet, Eric. Still time. You're right, KJ. It was certainly a bit heelish. There's our finish. Montez Ford making a point of being late into the ring to try and rescue. I do feel like Montez Ford is the guy who's going to be turning heel. I've mentioned this on Spoiler Warning before. I stand by it. Raymond says, like the emotion by Ford. Bit of a heel feel there. Ofer says, what a sell from Dawkins. Still not totally trusting Jeff Jarrett. The Usos have their hands raised. And Jeff Jarrett's just leaving. Is he just leaving? Because the Usos don't seem happy with him. KJ says, I thought Montez was going to break the pin off the ropes. Didn't get there in time. Did not get there in time. The Usos sort of crouched in the corner with their championships. They don't seem to want to leave just yet. Get ourselves a replay of Montez Ford being great, followed by Angelo Dawkins. Not quite. There are reasons for Montez Ford to be angry. He shouldn't necessarily be angry at Angelo Dawkins, but that might be where it manifests. The Usos retain. I don't think that really surprises anyone. The Usos were the overwhelming favourite going into it. The big question wasn't about who would win. The big question would be about heel turns. Montez Ford not looking at Angelo Dawkins. He's just not even looking at him. The Bloodline retain 4 of the 6 championships that they are defending tonight. And we fade to black with no heel turn happening just yet. Well, we have ourselves a vignette for Charlotte Flair. Interesting. Hector says, when did the Usos adopt the 3D the finisher? I totally missed that and I love the finisher. I think that was a WrestleMania thing, wasn't it? I think that was WrestleMania. Give it time, Raymond. It's coming. Megan says there was no point in Jarrett being there. Red herring. He was there purely as a red herring, which I don't hate. It may be that Triple H has decided not to continue with whatever the plan was there. Maybe the whole hope was that instead of having a big moment for the faces, having Jeff Jarrett hit a guitar on someone would make the entire crowd really happy. Nah. Connor says apparently Triple H loves a good video package. Peacock love their packages. So the fact that they have their own commercials means that WWE needs to fill time somehow. I feel this is actually a really good way to do it. Correct, Megan. Correct. Thomas says, I think that Triple H will do a similar turn for the Street Profits as he did with DIY. I don't think you can recapture that lightning in a bottle. I don't think you can. So we have 2 matches left. It's definitely going more than a half hour. There's still the possibility that we get something involving Matt Riddle and or Seth Rollins. This is definitely feeling like it's going to be a 4-hour pay-per-view because Roman's going to go more than a half hour. He always does. We're basically just getting a reminder of all of Charlotte's accolades. I do like these video packages. I think they really do well to sell who the stars are. Kevin Owens certainly felt like a really big deal. Also good for the media, to be fair. Bit of WrestleMania main event there. It does kind of show how many people she's just demolished on her way to the top, though. So not all good things. But of course, Charlotte, as we know, is returning shortly. Jesus Christ, Michael Cole is on a mission today. Wants to go out for a drink. Wants to go out for a drink, and where's Corey Graves? Well, where was your boy? Where was your boy, Pat McAfee? Kid Rock getting some attention. Oh, why? Why is that happening? They actually briefly cut the camera feed. Matt Riddle has hit the ring. They said hit the crowd, but he came from the crowd. Matt Riddle has hit the ring. Strong response from the crowd. Security is here. Thomas says, what I mean is they tell a story that the Profits just can't get over the line no matter what they do, and if you have Dawkins taking the pin, then Montez could blame him for the shortcomings. Yep. Makes sense for that heel turn. He understands that if Seth Rollins does decide to get involved, he will just destroy him, right? If you're carrying an injury, now's the perfect time for Seth to just do some brutal beating. Seth Rollins on the way down. Apparently he was pretty much ready. Ofer said, better than my way there. I said it. Wow. Wow, Seth. Not dressed to wrestle. And a whole lot of people trying to stop this from happening. That is a tire and a half. Eric says, something deep down in my soul says Liv keeps her belt till WrestleMania. I don't think we'll go to Mania, but I think it's a good start. Megan says, he is Riddle. Seth's on the way down to the ring, and it's going to take a while to get there. And here we go. We have ourselves a good old-fashioned brawl. I'd say a pull-apart brawl, but no one seems to want to actually pull them apart. Traffic says, good point about Triple H cancelling plans possibly for Jeff Jarrett having a tag title match at SummerSlam. Just for Jeff Jarrett to have a guitar spot is like Vince booking 101. It really is. It really is. And sometimes it's worth making that change, even if it might be a little late. Now, I did say earlier, I could potentially see Seth Rollins beating down an already injured Matt Riddle. And here we are, with Seth Rollins beating down an already injured Matt Riddle. You all were asking what Seth was going to do. I already told you. Ofer says, Fred Durst moment from Kid Rock. Horrendous indeed. Hector says, if Gargano is interested in rejoining WWE, I feel like Triple H would sell Nick Khan on him, and definitely DIY considering the tag team landscape isn't that great these days. Triple H does have the sway to at least try that, and I feel he will definitely succeed. With some people, Dakota Kai, he certainly succeeded and did so very quickly. So, makes sense to me that he'll at least try. It's just whether or not Gargano is ready to do so. I don't think it's impossibility. I think Gargano would probably agree to it. I think he'd want to come back and work with Triple H. I just don't feel it's going to be for Seth Rollins immediately. There's no winner there. It never really made sense. It ain't a SummerSlam without the king of the summer. Bear with me 1 second, guys. Riddle continues to sell. The plan for this feud essentially is to extend it for a little while longer so that both men look a little bit better. Seth needs to finally win something, even if it is just injuring someone. Megan says if they hadn't already brought him up, this would have been a good time to bring in Pete Dunne, tie it back to the Broserweights. True. Very fair. Liv Morgan versus Ronda Rousey is up next, our penultimate match. Our hype package is focused on Money in the Bank in what was probably the night of Liv Morgan's career so far. We're kind of just watching her take a beating at the first part here. I was going to say they definitely need to show the part when she balanced on the top rope. That's what made the win for her. I was not expecting her to be the one, but I was so happy that she was. Hector says, Seth Rollins has transcended heel-face territory. He just curb-stomped an injured Riddle, and the fans chanted his theme after. Well, Seth Rollins, as much as a lot of people didn't like that theme when it came in, certainly a lot of people love it now. J-Dub says, I stand by my comment earlier. Roman needs to start making his way down now. It's like Warrior returning to save Hogan in WrestleMania 8. It's a long, long way to the ring. Roman, start entering now, please. I remember WrestleMania 8. That was so awkward. Kevin says, don't bring back Pete Dunne. Big fans of Butch. Thank you, Traffic. The emotion in Liv's face when she's running down with the briefcase said everything that you needed to know. Ronda, of course, a classic veteran, not showing any emotion. She knew what was coming, but she wasn't showing it. Naturally, Ronda Rousey knew the finish of the match and the cash-in was coming about half an hour before Liv Morgan did. Liv Morgan was told during the match. I like that we just got a view a commentary losing their mind. That's lovely. Officer says, I love seeing images of wrestlers and thinking to myself, that's their render on insert game here. I kind of get what you're saying. The Liv Morgan that was in NXT is nothing close to what we have now. This feels like the beginning of something big. It would be a travesty if she loses this. This feels like the beginning of something big. Thomas says, that moment when it cut to Ronda and you can see her saying, shit is so good. Ronda Rousey, for all of the detractors recently, she's been delivering in the last few weeks. Megan says, I think this is going to be our DQ finish of the night. Possibly. I still think Charlotte Flair gets involved. I've got Liv retaining, but Ronda winning. Raymond says, is Liv the only person to legitimately pin Ronda? Well, Becky Lynch did still pin Ronda. I don't know if you could say legitimately or not. Certainly when you consider that it was in a match where she'd already had a match. There were questions about the concept of legitimacy, but we are where we are. Megan says, imagine if Bayley comes back out again to cause a DQ. Wouldn't hate that, Megan. That's a really good concept. They need something else here. They can't just have this match one-on-one because Liv is not beating Ronda clean. That's not going to happen. She could get there cheap. She could get there with like pure luck. But she cannot beat Ronda clean. It's not possible. These two are worlds apart when it comes to their stature in the WWE right now. Worlds apart. Bayley says Ronda has delivered in the ring, but she really needs a manager or someone to speak for her. Still think Heyman's the right call. I was expecting that SummerSlam would be where we start to hear the boos. That seems like an okay pop for Ronda. It's gone very quiet since. Yeah, it's not a big pop, but it was a pop. Hector says it's still crazy to me that someone like Liv was actually able to win the title under Vince's reign, considering his track record. So glad Liv is champ. She deserves it. It may have had something to do with the fact that he was trying to get a feel-good factor about the WWE back after what had happened with the Wall Street Journal. Ronda Rousey slapping a lot of hands but not looking a lot of eyes. She's also been told to connect more with the crowd then. Thomas Fifth says, so Charlotte, yeah? Charlotte's the obvious choice. That's what I expect. Eric says Liv can beat her clean. She can't. She absolutely cannot. That is not something the WWE would make happen. A clean win for Liv here is the thing I least expect of all the possible options. Stature's just far, far apart. Megan says I have Liv retaining as well, but mainly because I do think it'll be down to someone who isn't Ronda attacking her and causing a DQ. Bayley's not a bad shout. Really make it clear that she could be Raw or SmackDown. Bayley as a free agent is a terrifying prospect. Megan says good time for Ronda to go heel if she loses. Charlotte could come back semi-face to cause it. One immediate problem with that, there is no such thing as a semi-face Charlotte Flair. The fans would not embrace that. I don't think there's any such thing as a face Charlotte Flair anymore, to be honest. I think it's over. I think she will always be a heel from here. Liv Morgan with some brand new gear. There's definitely a specific shop where she buys her gear. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm going to say. There is definitely a specific type of shop where Liv Morgan buys her gear. Eric says, what about returning Naomi? Not in the plan that I'm aware of at the moment. Charlotte Flair's name mentioned there. I'm genuinely not sure how this is going. There is a lot that could happen here. There's a potential heel turn for Ronda, as has been mentioned. There's a potential for a Charlotte. There's now the potential for a Bayley faction. It's not impossible that there's a pure roll up and escape. Liv has made her tongue blue again. That's a callback. Bayley says, can we have Shayna and Sonya interfere? We have a lot of trios in this show. Also not impossible. Natalya could also get involved. That's very Vince McMahon, but Natalya could still get involved. Megan says, I think the only person who could get a bigger pop than Bayley is Sasha, and I don't see that happening tonight. No, right, doesn't make much sense. Doesn't make much sense to me. KJ says, I know it hasn't been much, but Riddle on Raw tonight. No goofy Riddle, but serious Riddle. He has got a new seriousness since Randy Orton vanished, but he did still talk about his pal Randy. Rousey trying to impose herself early. Liv Morgan staying down to slow that momentum. Clever. The story here is going to be that Liv's not on Ronda's level. Liv is going to have to escape. She's going to have to be crafty. But it's going to be very clear that she is not on Ronda's level. Oh, lovely from Ronda. A float over Bexploder. I like that. Sean says, WWE reminded me of that horrible event at SummerSlam 2018 when Alexa lost the title. I mean, that's where Ronda got there. Her first championship reign there. Hector says, I really don't get why they continue to have Ronda portrayed as a face. Feels forced at times, and if Charlotte is a plan for Ronda, we will see more of it. Yes, we will. It's worth pointing out, fans are embracing it. Not overwhelmingly, but fans in arenas are still cheering for her. Oh, nice. Michael Cole wanted to say Codebreaker again, and he did say Codebreaker again. Morgan already gone for a finisher. Sleeper in play. And STO. Real fast pace of this match so far. Shoulder's not down. It's not happening. Call an audible. Someone call an audible. Raymond says Ronda coming out hot. She is. She really is. She's got the arm. Oh, how did this happen? Like, genuinely, how did this even happen? The pace is really high in this. So I said some stiff shots from both in this match. There's a definitely an added physicality that I'm not used to seeing from Liv. That's into a pin. That's how Becky beat her. Not this time. Good start. We have started at a really high tempo. Are they going to slow down or are they going to keep this up? Because to be fair, I don't mind a 5-minute match if it's this intense. Oh, through the ropes with the armbar now. Oh. I was going to say a lovely dismount from Ronda as well, but then she sort of fell over. Eric says, what do you do if you're Triple H to bring Riddle back to where fans love him? Because now the fans were cheering for Seth when he curb stomped him. That wasn't because they disliked Riddle, that was just because they liked Seth's theme. It's not that we're anti-Riddle. Oh, the armbar's in. The armbar's in. Most people have already tapped at this point. Liv's actually, she's getting to the ropes. She's there. Not often you see that. Traffic says, I wouldn't be surprised if a Liv cheap win. Either she's had that I'll do anything to keep this title attitude. It means more to me than anything. Fair. Maybe Liv Morgan had the heel turn. Oh, she got the armbar again. Oh, roll out of it by Liv. Again, gets to the ropes. The storyline here, yes, very much Liv is not on Ronda's level, but Ronda can't finish her off. Hector says, I love how Ronda is continually working on Liv's arm. Great storytelling. It is. The ref suggesting he was going to stop the match. Okay, they seem to be giving her an easy out to lose this championship now. If she's refusing to let the match be stopped, then it seems like the plan is that Ronda's going to win, and that's her excuse for Liv losing it. On the arm again. Shoulders. Shoulders down. Free. That is a dusty finish and a half, because Liv Morgan did tap on that third count. That is a dodgy finish and a half. KJ says, this is intense, man. I don't want Liv to lose yet. Well, she kind of didn't. She kind of didn't. Raymond says, Liv is showing a tougher side, much like when Orton fought Foley. It wasn't necessarily a tougher side. It was just more of a survivor, certainly. But she definitely tapped. Got the shoulders down. I saw the tap. The tap happened. We got the angle right. Taps on the ankle. It's before the 3. Liv lost that match. Liv lost that match. Ronda Rousey goes after Liv Morgan, getting her into the armbar. Who's going to save her? Maybe no one? Oh, goes for the referee now. Big cheer for that. Thomas Phipps says that was probably the worst match on the card. It was a means to an end. It was a means to an end. Liv Morgan retains. Ronda Rousey turns heel. The crowd seem to be into it. Connor says definitely heel Ronda. Right. I need to find me a tweet. So all I'm going to do is search Twitter from Colohue heel. Then I'll do latest after that. That should be enough to find it. Go latest. July 6th. There is a big heel turn coming in the next few weeks that's going to make the fans very happy. Ronda Rousey has turned heel after Liv Morgan retained due to dusty finish. I think the fans will be happy with this one. Now, admittedly, I never like doing this with tweets where I have to sort of pat myself on the back for my reports. But so many people really don't want me to succeed that I kind of have to. I didn't mind that match. I thought the intensity was good. The pace was good. Liv Morgan did look very resilient and very strong. Ronda Rousey turned heel. I'm happy with where we went there, but I do think this feud is continuing. Yeah. Connor says, defo heel turn. Thomas Phipps says, Ronda heel turn, definitely worth it. Raymond says, ladies and gentlemen, heel Ronda. Sai says, heel Ronda, face Becky. What was I saying? What was I saying? That we'd have a face Becky versus a heel Ronda by WrestleMania. Ed says, this wasn't a good match, but it achieved the needed heel turn. Hector says, I love how both WWE producers who are former wrestlers are also afraid of Ronda. Yeah. Bailey says, why is Liv's tongue green? She just eats a sweet before she comes out. It stands out. It's something she used to do in the Riot Squad. Eric says, who won? Liv. Connor says, no Charlotte either. Surprising. Thomas echoes the same. I do think we'll see her shortly. Yeah, no Charlotte again. I guess they're waiting for the right storyline. A lot of people surprised at the lack of Charlotte. Almost becoming a meme. One more thing to tweet. We've been discussing it on spoiler warning for a little while. But WrestleMania will be face Becky Lynch versus heel Ronda Rousey. We have... Oh, fuck off. Kane. Fuck off. He's literally just announcing the attendance and then walking off. Fair enough, Ofa. You have a great night. Megan says, I'd forgotten about Kane. Yeah, me too. KJ says, in my opinion, Liv should have just pinned her roll up with ropes. I'm glad, but that was a mess. Hector says, what do you think has to happen for Clash at the Castle to be more than an annual thing compared to a one-time event? It needs to make the company a hell of a lot of money. That's all. I think if Cardiff started actually giving the WWE money, they'd be there all the time. Traffic says, here we go, main event time. I'm expecting this to be a heavy hitter. Very much the plan. This is going to be a real, if you'll forgive the old term, a real slobber knocker. We're getting one last little run of commercials before we get to the point on this one. Oh, it's just for Peacock or the network? I don't know on this one. The main event is up next, and so far I've got to say it's been a really good SummerSlam. I like that we had that heel turn. Ronda Rousey needed that heel turn just to further solidify her. They briefly were teasing it for Liv, but I did know that one was coming. We saw further tension between the Street Profits. We've also seen a lot of the good guys win. Like, a lot of the good guys win. The big story will still be the return of Bayley with Dakota Kai and Io Shirai. As I said at the time, potentially some more. So I'm very, very curious as to how they land on Monday Night Raw. Justin says, blood or no? If there was plans for blood when Vince was in charge, I think there'll be blood. Connor says, so sad to me how much I love the Brothers of Destruction. Now I find out both of them are just fucking dickheads. Accurate. Hector says, it's weird seeing Glenn Jacobs doing the Kane pyro because I love Kane and not Glenn Jacobs. Yeah, they're two separate people to me. Whatever makes it make sense in your head, I wish that was the case for me. KJ says 48k is a lie. 43k at the most. That would mean they moved 10k tickets today unless people didn't pay, but they did move a lot of tickets today. It's very possible they did hand out tickets just to pad that number, but yeah, it's a lie. Sean says, can we really call that a face turn for Becky? Yep. It wasn't just the handshake, it was the returning to defend Bianca. That was the real face turn of it. It's a face turn for Becky. She's not necessarily going back to the man. She'll still be big time Bex. She'll just be a different big time Bex. And Bayley says Becky will be a great face. I do think the big time character still works as a face. I think even this Seth Rollins character still works as a face. It's just based on who he's actually competing with. Okay, it's last man standing. accurate. Here in Michael Cole, the most dominant champion in the last 35 years. Hector says, Tom, chances this is actually the last time we see Roman versus Brock? Actually quite high. Actually quite high. Roman's on part-time now, so he's going to be competing in a lot less matches. Brock was already on part-time. I doubt he's going to encounter Roman again while Roman has the championships. And with Triple H in charge, Brock's going to be working with some new people. It's actually a quite high chance this is the last time. So he says, I will forever be confused that a publicly traded company can inflate their attendance / sales figures like that. The idea is, who's going to prove them wrong? Who even has the data in order to do so? Would you say that Brock versus Roman is a defining rivalry of the last decade? I think Seth versus Roman has a bit of a better shout for it. I know we've seen a lot of Roman Brock, but Becky Charlotte? That's got to be up there. I just feel like we've seen it too much. It's a lot of back and forth. They tend to deliver good matches. That's always a good thing. But I still remember the audible that was called at WrestleMania 34. Roman was supposed to win that match. And on the day he was told, you're not winning. You're being cut open, you're taking 5 F5s, and then you're getting pinned. Since then, Roman's taken off. He's become a completely different person, a completely different character, a completely different threat. And now he's comfortably way above Brock. But this is a different Brock as well. I don't see Brock having any chance here. The difference between Roman and Brock is actually a lot bigger than it seems. Brock's lost a lot more to Roman than the other way around. Connor says, I would say Brock versus Roman is most annoying feud of the decade. Most annoying feud. Thomas says, don't think even seen enough of Roman versus Seth in the men's side of things. Agreed. And suddenly it's all about Austin Theory. Bailey says a company can call tickets distributed as attendance. Basically, they give away or dump 10,000 extra tickets. Fair comment, Bailey. Thank you for clarifying on that one. Hector says Brock and Roman has faced each other so many times that both of their characters are completely different from the first match. Yeah, their characters are roughly the same between WrestleMania 31 and 34. Roughly the same character, just a long championship reign in the middle for Brock. But since SummerSlam 2 years ago, it's a completely different Roman. J-Dub says Theory is a difference maker in this match. Like it or hate it. True. Absolutely true. Theory is what is standing out. Theory is the big deal. He's what we care about, essentially. Without him, this is not as interesting as it was. Not even slightly. Honestly, with the amount of time it's going to take Roman to actually get down to the ring, we still may end up going until 5 a.m. here. The champion is entering first. The dual champion entering first. I did not realise we'd never had a last man standing match at SummerSlam. A lot of people right now claiming to be the one. Maybe we need to have words about that because you're not the one. Roman the one. Do. Fan with a sign saying acknowledge the bloodline. Still showing the one. Still showing the one. 680 days is a very long time. So I said I'd say Danielson versus Triple H The Authority was bigger than Roman Lesnar. Not much in it though. Fair. Eric says, do you think they're making Liv look like a chump champion? I think she's been champion for less than a month, so no. J-Dub says, MJF's cousin's best friend says to be on the lookout for a Ryback return. I've missed you, J-Dub. I've missed you, mate. I hope you're good. Connor says, when was the last man standing match on the main roster? I can't remember the last. Was it Edge versus Randy during Thunderdome? I think it was Roman versus Kevin Owens at the Royal Rumble last year, wasn't it? I believe that was it. Hector says, I want Theory to come out after Brock and just watch chaos ensue and just be a troll the whole time. That's what I think is going to happen. He's going to come down and sit on commentary and just wind everyone up. Bailey says, is there anyone big enough who can interfere with a Theory cash-in that closes the show with a big pop? No one not currently under contract. I wouldn't necessarily expect a Karrion Kross or anything like that. If Samoa Joe was available. If Samoa Joe was available. Tommy B, how you doing, mate? Traffic says, I think Theory shows up for sure now. If he actually cashes in, it is a different story. Yeah, I think he'll be a troll, but I ultimately think he'll still get beaten up and be unable to actually cash in. The camera is lingering on a We Love Sasha sign. I believe that may be a message being sent. Connor says, oh yes, with the handcuffs, the most botched finish ever. I don't think it's the most botched, but I think it's a big botch. Raymond says, would be surprised if Brock wins. Roman, Drew, Clash main event makes the most sense. Agreed. Agreed. J-Dub says, 1 year later and Heyman is still trying to get that lock open for Reigns. Fair. Fair. Kervin says, no Gunter for Nakamura tonight. Indeed. Indeed. The match never actually came about. Triple H seems to want to narrow the field a little bit. Have pay-per-views with less matches on them. I can see that continuing. It means that the matches have more room to develop and more room to grow. I think maybe we lost a bit of time on Ronda versus Liv, so they may have rushed that slightly, but ultimately, I do think when you consider how long Roman's entrance takes nowadays and how long Roman Reigns matches are, he'll always be the focus. So cutting down a few matches to make more room for the main event is not something I'm personally annoyed by. That said, get it on the next pay-per-view. Gunter should definitely be at Clash of the Castle. Michael Cole and Corey Graves in sync shouting God mode. I love those two. I'm seeing more signs as well. Just more signs. This is Roman's 5th last man standing. Wow. No mention of Braun Strowman when talking about 2018, of course. Sorry, Kevin, what do you mean by press show? Is that an autocorrect? Heyman has the microphone. Naturally has things to say. J-Dub says, Triple H. Sorry, Seth. Sorry, Shinsuke. We can't fit your matches in, you know, because of Reigns' ridiculously long entrance. As upsetting as it is, yeah, that's genuinely what I'm saying. I can't hide the disdain that I know many of you feel for that. I can't hide it. Sean says, they said Roman is 3-1 in last man standing matches. Who is the one lost to? Braun Strowman? I don't know. I actually don't know. I think it may be someone like a Randy. Traffic says, Heyman versus Tay Conti in a race to see who can undo a lock first. Fair. Kevin says, pre-show or kickoff show. I agree. I do feel it needs to have at least one match, personally. They could definitely have fit something like the Intercontinental Championship match on there, considering it would only be 8 to 10 minutes. Jacob says, having said that, it's a banger of an entrance. True, and it's not even finished yet. Bailey says that was a 5-minute entrance, yet once again, not even finished. Roman wants his acknowledgement. And they give it to him because he's Roman Reigns, and it's only fair. Thomas says, do you think that they will have a special stage designed for Clash of the Castle? Yes, I do. A tribal chief chant from the crowd. Hector says, I really hope someone does either cost Theory his cash in or comes out after the match instead of just Drew. I think it would be pretty cool to have 2 people gunning for Roman. He does have 2 titles. My preference is just a clean finish to this. And just Roman standing tall at the end. There's been a lot of extra booking elements during this show. Like the appearance of Edge, everything going on with Bailey, everything going on with Jeff Jarrett. There's a lot of extra happening. The whole finish to the last match between Liv Morgan and Ronda. Austin Theory certainly could get involved here, but and undoubtedly he will. But I'd rather he didn't. Jacob says, did Ricochet rocket to the bottom of the card again? Yeah. He only won the IC title. He only won the IC title because they didn't want Sami Zayn to take it into WrestleMania against Johnny Knoxville, because Johnny Knoxville was going to win. So Ricochet won it transitionally to sort of tie that over. Otherwise it would have been Gunther winning it from Sami Zayn, which was the original plan. The reports from PW Insider at the time, as I recall, were stating that... where's Lesnar going? Oh, he's got a tractor. Of course he does. We're stating that Ricochet was going to be the second top face on SmackDown. That is clearly not the case. Clearly not the case. It was Braun. Cool. Omega, how you doing, mate? Says Tom Colohue in all caps. Welcome to the show, mate. You excited to see Dakota Kai back? Thomas says that Brock hairstyle is the least intimidating thing I've ever seen. Brock Lesnar is one of the most intimidating men in the world. He's also one of the least intimidating men in the world. I don't know how these are both factually true, but they are both factually true. KJ says, as he finished, Roman is going to bury Brock under the tractor. I mean, that certainly works. A lot of things I'm loving of what's happening right now. Roman tapping Heyman on the shoulder and be like, what's that? What's that? Also, Brock with the hat. Just a lot of good stuff happening right now. It's taking forever to get there, but it is happening. I mean, when you talk about entrances, maybe that's why we haven't got a match for the IC title. It's got little health and safety signs as well. Oh, I'm loving it. Omega says, Nixon Newell and also Dakota Kai. Hope you're good, mate. Larry says, I had a tough childhood. Never had much. My shoes had holes in, as my mother called them, sandals. KJ says, maybe Brock walked out on SmackDown to rent a tractor. Maybe he did. Did we ever consider that? Did we ever consider that possibility? I did say it didn't go far. Maybe he drove that tractor all the way to Nashville the week after. Jacob says, I didn't think it would be possible. Brock is taking longer to come to the ring than Reigns. It's a little bit attitude error, isn't it? Under last man standing rules, technically, yes, you can run him down and he'll be fine. Is Lesnar actually going to... Wait. Well, Brock. That's a hell of an entrance. That is fantastic. He's just having a great time. Eric says, I feel like they're gearing up for Liv Shayna, because Shayna said she's not a real champion. Fair. And of course, if Ronda Rousey is now heel, that opens up an opportunity for Shayna. Brock's got to jump straight off that and attack Roman. Sai says, Brock took one look at the aisle and said, I ain't walking that. Jacob says, I love happy Brock. And Hector says, Roman complaining to the ref about Brock's tractor is hilarious. He had a microphone there. He wants to introduce himself again. big ass country boy. Brock Lesnar is just plain loving his life right now, isn't he? Oh, Dolph Ziggler's trending. I wonder why. Maybe someone bought a rumour that they shouldn't have. Larry says 10 past 4 in the morning. That joke's about the best you're getting from me. That's fair, Larry. That's fair. I didn't even question it. I just accepted it because it's also 10 past 4 here. And I'm also not having the most fun in the world. It's a great SummerSlam. It's been a great SummerSlam so far. He does it. Oh, perfect. Jesus Christ. He did. He dove straight into a Lou Fez. I'm a happy boy. Connor says a smiley Brock is always unnerving. You are not wrong there. This is going to go until 5 a.m. This match is going to be more than a half hour, and that automatically takes us to at least 4:45. Everything is legal. Paul Heyman hanging his head at ringside in his bling, just there like, it's a wonderful moment. Hector says Brock's about to bust open Roman like he did Orton, isn't he? Yep, and he's done it before. He did it at WrestleMania 34 the exact same way. This is not going to be a wrestling match. There's not going to be wrestling happening. You almost missed a suplex there. Wonderful camera work. Okay, we got it this time. Overhead belly to belly in Drew McIntyre style. Raymond says that's a big boy to be diving like that. He knew Roman would catch him. These two genuinely love each other. Ooh. Okay, Roman was supposed to go over the barricade, but he was not ready for it. That was not a good moment. Brock just flinging him over at this point. Rough landing. It's a genuine Lou Fez press. It is a genuine Lou Fez press. Oh, they are set up for this. I think they might be going climbing. They're in the crowd. Last time I can recall Roman going into the crowd like this was Royal Rumble 2000 against Baron Corbin. I believe this exact spot is where that match finished. Omega says, I'm betting Eric Young comes out and costs Roman the championship. It's the only way, Omega. It's the only way. They've been leading to it for a long time. Hector says the guy they're showing in the front crowd is wearing a Pat McAfee jersey. That's great. I haven't missed Pat so far. Corey Graves doing an equally good job. Always a good thing. Bailey says Michael Cole again referring to WWE fans, which was not allowed under Vince. They were always the WWE universe, were they not? Not so anymore. Just not necessary. I like that they're... Oh, right into the camera. Right into the camera. Jado says, why is the ref counting? Does this last man standing have to end in the ring? No. No, last man standing can end anywhere. Falls count anywhere and last man standing automatically. Lovely toss. Brock Lesnar knows how to toss, and it's so effective and beautifully done. Oh, Brock. Oh, sorry, mate. Someone sweated on that. If that was a hard barricade, it'd have landed perfectly and been able to jump over for a clothesline or something. Brock's not happy with how this match is going so far. A bit of a wet slap as well. Oof. We have our first table. Of course, we did have, I believe, The Miz going through a table earlier. Paul Heyman's about to get involved. Does he want to get killed? Because Brock will do that. I mean, You only had to ask. He's on his knees saying, I love you, I've always loved you. Paul Heyman's eventually going to have to take him out, because otherwise Roman will. We are starting at pace. Samoan drop through the table from Roman Reigns. We are not messing around here. Once again, I want to point out the referee is counting a lot faster than they used to. Brock's got a piece of table. Nope, you let it go. I see some cuts on the bottom of Brock's back. Just at the base of his spine. That's where he landed, yeah. That's where he landed. Takes the steps, goes back into the table. And the ref starts counting again immediately. This is a much more crisp version of a last man standing. We were up to 6 and Roman was still setting up a table. Go for the Uranagi. Yep. Straight through to second table. We are not messing... Oh, there. There's another cut. Top of Brock's back this time. That's quite a number of cuts on Brock's back, actually. The table spots are not quite going the way they were aiming. We do have blood, J-Dub. I was told it was going to be a war. This was the match that made them want to change it to TV 14. Just this match. First Superman punch. Brock not entirely down. Megan says, I hope one of them uses a tractor scoop to try and win. Well, if the ring gets broken, you can certainly have that descend on someone to hold them down. Another Superman punch. This time Brock goes down. Brock has a very, very good feel for wrestling matches. He has a formulaic approach, but it's a formula that is very effective. We've seen it work a number of times. First spear. It's a little bit finisher spam. It is a little bit finisher spam, but in a last man standing, that's perfect. Brock is one of the smartest minds in wrestling. I don't think that's celebrated enough. They are not messing around with these counts. Brock needs to adapt to it quicker. The referees have not messed around tonight. They're counting much faster. It's really paying off during last man standing. I think Roman just headbutted a table. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he just headbutted a table. Ooh, yeah, didn't sound great. Didn't sound great. Connor says, I don't think Brock being a top class seller is appreciated enough either, to be fair. Particularly when he's in a submit. Ooh, okay, there's a really big bruise coming up on Brock. There is blood coming off of Roman. His elbow. Oh, he took that badly. This is brutal. But yes, Connor, you're absolutely right. You see it most strongly during submission moves. I remember him selling incredibly well for Bryan and for AJ Styles. Tractor's back in play. The tractor is back in play. You're not going to drive it around the ring. That's not going to happen. Like, that's just not going to happen. Is he planning to put him in that? Oh. This match hurts to watch. Hector says, not only this match, but I love how fast-paced this pay-per-view has been in general. I hope we see this more in the future. Agreed, there's not been no real slow matches. I think the slowest one was Logan Paul versus The Miz, but I think that needed to be a bit slower. Even then, not notably so. KJ says, what if Brock flips the ring? I mean... yeah, they're trying to give us the definitive Brock versus Roman match today, aren't they? KJ says, is Brock mad at him? God damn. It is painful to watch this. Roman has been dumped into the tractor bucket. Lesnar's raising it. He's dumping him in the ring. Brock, that's a bit too high. Brock, that's a bit too high. Brock, that's a bit too high. Bit too high, Brock. Bring him down. Bring him down. Wiggle, wiggle. Bring him down. Dumps him. We had ourselves a tractor spot, Megan. Indeed we did. Worth every second. Worth every second. The count continues. Brock is just chilling. He's just chilling. It's probably the same tractor they used for the Boneyard match. And this is awesome chant from the crowd. The third match of the night to receive a this is awesome chant. We have ourselves a beast mode mention. Suplex assist. What a line from Corey Graves. Omega says he dropped him so gently. Well, to be fair, if you drop him much higher, you're actually probably going to hurt him. And you've already hurt him. Sean, and I imagine Ringside News is just re-reporting what was said by Fightful about that exact thing. J-Dub says, where did the Usos end up? Are they ringside? They walked down, right? They walked halfway down and then turned around and went back again. Roman tends to only actually wrestle with Heyman at his side. He's not a cowardly heel. He's a badass. Roman's up. Rob says, Nashville, Tennessee, trust me from my vacations there as a youngster, there is no lack of tractors. Fair enough, mate. Lesnar with his first F5 of the day. Brock's logo is indeed on the side of the bucket of the tractor. They blinged it out. We have another count ongoing. Roman's on his way up. Needs to get up faster. He did not make it up. He did not make it up. He overestimated how much time he had. He did not make it up. Is it weird that I like the fact that Roman always wears the same colour underwear when he's wrestling? Is that weird? I think that's weird. It's of course hiding the belt in it, but still. Another F5 incoming. Reigns of Versus going for the guillotine. This is certainly a way to win. His elbow is bleeding. He's literally bleeding on Lesnar right now. Oh, Lesnar straight out of it. Lesnar with a guillotine. A DDT element first as well. J-Dub says the big takeaway from this SummerSlam Premium Live event is that Jimmy John's is no longer a sponsor of Brock's. Not in his trunks anyway. Good spot, mate. Good spot. Sai says, I have family in Tennessee. Bullet holes in the speed limit signs because the locals aren't happy with the limit. Really? Oh. Yeah. Right. Bailey says no one turns red like Brock. Well, to be fair, when I first watched Turning Red, I was surprised to see that Brock Lesnar and Shane McMahon weren't on it. Ofa says, come TF on. Lesnar isn't quite up. He's on both feet, but he's not quite up. Reigns on his way back up. Remembering now that he has to actually get to his feet this time. The pace of the match is much higher because of these faster counts. It's much higher. Looks like Brock is going to lower the bucket. Where's he going? Oh. Well, we asked about the ring posts. We asked about the ring posts. He hasn't broken the ring, but he's taken it. I think it's supposed to break. Just going to send a quick tweet. Just a quick one. Just a quick one. This is the best. Right, isn't. This. Will you get to the thing? This is the best Brock Lesnar versus Roman Reigns match ever. Worth every second. So glad we ran it back. I mean, when we saw the tractor, we should have seen something like that coming, but we didn't. You did, KJ. Megan says this is kind of brilliant, far better than the WrestleMania match. Not wrong. The Usos have arrived. Here to cheat on Brock's behalf. One Uso down. Oh, bloody hell, was just a kick to the gut. Brock not messing around here. Two Usos down. Rough landing there for Jay. Rough landing for Jay. The ring has just about survived. Certainly there ain't going to be no one finishing in there. Paul Heyman trying to block him again. Hit the F5. It's time. It's just time. It is time for Paul Heyman to go through a table. Hector says the sight of the ring like that is kind of awe-inspiring. I feel sorry for... Oh, do it. Do it. Do it. Paul Heyman's going for a table. Paul Heyman was just F5 through an announced table. Brock Lesnar's been speared. But more importantly, Paul Heyman was just F5'd through an announced table. This is amazing. Oh, this is going to be like a 10 out of 10 SummerSlam, isn't it? We're up to 7. Jada is loving it as well. Connor 2. Ofa just says, R.I.P. Paul. Here comes Theory. I mean, now's the time. Now is absolutely the time. How do you have a triple threat last man standing? But seriously, how do you have a triple threat last man standing? Is this just going to cancel the last man standing element? Because how are you going to pin anyone in that ring? Also, more importantly, how is Brock's hat still fine in that ring? Oh. Is Roman okay? Theory F5'd ostensibly onto the briefcase. Is Roman okay? He rebounded hard on his neck there. Oh, that was a super kick. That was just a kick in the face. Austin Theory has not cashed in. The cash-in has not been successful. The distraction has cost Brock Lesnar, but the cash-in has not been successful. I'm genuinely worried about Roman. His eyes are sluggish. Spear through the barricade? Generally a spear. He is not okay. Roman's head bounced hard off the barricade. He is not okay. Ofer said that's the end, certainly. Not so much. Rob said bloodline research is lacking. Belt shot is a kryptonite. Fair. Fair. Hector says the match is good shit. It is such good shit. Roman landing a hit on Austin Theory as well. Now using the briefcase on Brock. Just battering the guy. Stop with the camera. That is awful camera work. I feel dizzy. Paul Heyman's still out. Both Usos have recovered enough that if Brock does get up, they can certainly be involved. And I think Brock will get up here. Brock's up. He's up. Roman has a belt in his hand. Belt shot might be where we're headed. No, sorry, that cash-in does not count. The cash-in has not actually happened. They did not announce that Austin Theory was a part of the match. Will the belt shot be enough? Michael Cole saying, no human being can take this amount of punishment. Brock's twitching. He's getting up. He's up. Jadab says, shame on Heyman for not selling that table spot. Oh, I'm loving every second of this. Right, what's next? Hit him with the other championship. He's got blood on his fingers. Okay, hit him with that championship. That's the one you love anyway. That's got to be it. Oh, they're burying him. They're burying him. They are burying him. Oh God. Oh God, look at Jay. Universal title's the one. Oh, that's gotta hurt. Oh, maybe don't. Maybe pick your battles, mate. Roman, don't stand on it, Roman. Well. I mean, Brock's fine, apparently. He's fine just being stood on. Man's made of granite. Paul Heyman is still just on the floor. Damn. It wasn't even his usual 30 minutes. Damn. Paul Heyman took an F5. The ring is still half in the air. Roman Reigns and Brock Lesnar legit destroyed each other. They're bloody. They're battered. They're bruised. Magnificent. Bailey says they need a curtain call for all the performers after this one. Absolutely. Ed said, well, that was something. It certainly was. KJ said, Brock retiring? Maybe. Alfred just says, Paul Heyman dead. Paul Heyman finally taking the F5 is what tells me that was the end of it. Bailey says, classic call from Michael Cole on this one. Thomas says, that was a hell of a match. Connor says, if they don't get 5 stars, then I don't understand wrestling. No, it just means you don't understand Meltzer. Jacob says, that was one hell of a finish. Brandon says, it was a good match, don't get me wrong, but I think it's just lame they can't have Roman still beat Brock without help. He is the one person that Roman could not beat solo. Hector says, what a statement made by Triple H. It's his first pay-per-view in as head of creative. Heyman being assisted out, Corey Graves actually helping in getting things off of Brock Lesnar. Sai says they pulled it off perfectly. If I was Brock, I'd have been worried all day about that digger lifting the ring. Fair? Fair. Roman retains both championships. Austin Theory is involved, but not seriously. He's there purely to act as a distraction. Roman is applauded away. Corey Graves on commentary still communicating to unbury Brock Lesnar. Ghost says, surprisingly match of the night for me. Best Roman versus Brock match ever. Completely agree. Completely agree. Jadeb says, Triple H definitely putting his stamp on creative. There were a couple of things which definitely looks like Triple H was not too involved, or he just left it as it was. Liv Morgan versus Ronda Rousey, the United States Championship match, and that was very much the plan for Judgment Day versus the Mysterios. So the match finishes were mostly exactly the same. It's more in between. For example, Seth Rollins and Matt Riddle, the segment with Drew McIntyre, everything with Bayley, that's Triple H. This match was always supposed to be a war. Genuinely was always supposed to be a big war. And that's what we got. Megan says, there's no way they can top this. Let this be it for this feud. That was the point. This was the end. They wanted everyone to know. Brandon says, is Brock going to still stick around? Kind of yes, kind of no. I don't expect we're going to see him in the UK. Oh, Theory's up. Fair enough. Ghost says, match of the night was Roman Brock. Moment of the night was a return of Bayley, Dakota, and Io. I did talk about Dakota for a while earlier on today in Nick and Tom's Intercontinental Adventure on PW Torch. And here we are. They're not taking the ring down. They're just going to leave it up there. And just like that, SummerSlam has come to an end. We've been live for 4 hours and 45 minutes, and I am going to be wrapping it up there. Because it is 20 to 5. 20 to 5. Tomorrow, well, not tomorrow's actually, Monday Night Raw is going to be a busy one. And I implore you all to return for spoiler warning on Monday, where I'll have a lot of news from this show. I've been getting a few DMs, nothing major, but I've been getting a few DMs as the show's been going on, and it's been difficult to keep track of them all. So there'll be a lot of news come Monday. In the meantime, though, I'm just going to wrap up and say a massive thank you to everyone who's joined me. I really do enjoy these watch parties. It really makes the show even better. So I just want to say huge thanks to everyone. I've been Tom Colohue. You've been fantastic. I'll see you all very soon.